I release this. Saha. I'm from where them hammers rung. In Atlanta slums, pop a nigga, sit and wait for the ambulance to come. I know if you a shooter, by the way you're handling the gun. Gambling, you're done. Shells burn like candles in the sun. I'm not a fan of gun violence, nor having a strap, but get popped once, and I swear that you'll be scrambling for one. But our plans was to get funds and skate off the set, so I mixed the kush with the dro to make all my weight stretch. I'm from with a dudes rob and argue all day about who's the best MC. Saha stacks of T.I. while dodging the GBI. My bad, I love GZI, but I'm still the best to ever do it, and I ain't even put a CD out. So the next time you say that I ain't got no lyricists, I just think you ain't got no taste for this exquisite shit. My verses are like Leviticus to the underprivileged. I make music for the world, you make music for a stripper bitch. Nick Black leather, parade cap era, guns at your capital, take it to that measure. It's Huey, nigga. It's Huey, nigga. Never been a victim, a rebel against the system. Lames wanna diss them and women just wanna kiss them. It's Huey, nigga. It's Huey, nigga. It's that God flow, what they nailed Jesus to the cross for. And he came back 3 days after he died flow. This Pablo, talking to kids in Chicago, mob flow. This that midget New Jersey drive flow. Side note, I wrote this rap with my eyes closed, bravo. Cause it came out clean as the Moss flow, Costco. Hoes selling they twat for a car note. Benny Hunters and Roscoe, Picasso. Nas mixed with a pop flow. Rappers can't stand me. This that Grammy Nas flow. Let me stop though, cause I'm going digital with the syllables. Saha the press and the royalty like residual. These hoes for me, they supposed to be hospitable. When they in the house with a nigga that's not typical, this not fictional. I run this bitch like elliptical. Can another rapper come out of Atlanta if he not lyrical? Nigga, black leather, beret cap era, guns at your capital, take it to that measure. It's Huey, nigga. It's Huey, nigga. Never been a victim, a rebel against the system. Lames wanna diss them and women just wanna kiss them. It's Huey, nigga. It's Huey, nigga.
This that shot right, where out of towners die at. I advise you book your flight now and fly back. Gangland, bang then, what you claim, fam? Box Chevys, foreigns, buck 50 flow. Young nigga got bitches at the 50 though. 50 pack done, good, drop off 50 more. My city rough, but I made it in it. Trap house look like it's what K's invented. Trust nobody, even friends, look, I hate up in it. Riding dirty with your bitch smoking, wait a minute. LA garage with Illinois and Decatur in it. Nigga snitching, I'm like, way to win it. Nigga looking like a state defendant. Four dollar like a two though. My $2 like a full though. Cutting up, call me sword bro. Hit him in his mask, get him a body bag. Give me a track, and I'ma body that.
Hear ye, hear ye. Hear ye, hear ye. We got a group of people still arguing from ignorance. So I decided to come live and hit that button. I want to deal with it like a G. See, it's too much talking in these back chats. Too much talking behind people in this community. Come forward. Peace to Sister Althea. Let me get Chavis in the building real quick. I haven't been over here in a long time, so I'm not going to make this a shit show or anything like that. I'm actually going to deal with what I need to deal with from a really perspective. But before I even get into anything, I do want to give Chavis a time to actually introduce himself, speak his speech, and talk about anything that he got coming up, any projects, etc., etc.
Oh, well, Hotep and Jammer and Boca and Peace was out, you know what I'm saying? All that good greetings to the chat. And I do so happen to have some stuff, you know what I'm saying? We gotta like hush. We got like a little compilation book, Tip Heads of Warrior book I'm working on with some people that's not really known, with some really intelligent minds. It's gonna be a project focused on kids and just edifying people in general, especially with the same formula as the COVID Psi research team. Gonna be try to make it like similar to the comprehension book somewhat, but it's gonna target just stuff that these writers want people to know, that they think, you know what I'm saying, maybe they don't know, or maybe just to elaborate on something that would assist in life in general. But hopefully trying to get that out by November, or not out by November. We're trying to get the submissions in by November, but trying to get it out by like at the latest January, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's it on that.
All right, I see you back home. So you ain't San Antonio.
Back early. Back early because I'm supposed to be. No, I ain't even gonna. You know what I'm saying? That's nobody business. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to still be out in San Antonio, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's going down. Feel me? Getting paid, getting money. But yeah, let's get on this ignorance that you talking about here. Get to that.
Okay. So, what you been hearing? What you been hearing in the streets?
Well, I don't even be plugged into the street, but just from what they saying, like, what Sutek saying, that they saying about you ain't really just, you know what I'm saying, deal with it like you was supposed to, or they said you ain't proved nothing. They saying that they said that you ain't proved nothing. That's what I don't know nothing about the streets. All I know about in the back chat, and that's what I seen, because I don't be the type of shit that these people be. I can't even participate in that type of shit. I'll slow myself down with anything I got going on, paying attention to the type of these repetitive ass arguments about shit that people don't even know nothing about. But
okay, so
he said the chat.
I didn't prove nothing.
It don't make no sense, because they didn't even understand that you took her legs from up under her. Just the fact that there's no consensus on what she was trying to attempt to define, which no one else can define. So why would you even try to define it and fall into that same box? Basically trying to view something through, you know what I'm saying, the God lens. Even though you probably don't believe in, you don't understand that you're interpreting that shit through the Western lens, or Western lens, godly, however you want to do it.
What this say on the screen?
Burden of proof. And that was another thing I feel like they trying to get you to do all the heavy lifting. You know what I'm saying? She didn't even prove that she knew what they was. Really, she said it, but then she don't understand that when she mentioned it being anthropomorphic, like, okay, that's not, you don't understand what you're talking about. Then you still saying that's a religion. Leave that alone.
You're going too far. You're going too
far. I'm fast, man. I can't. This be basic shit.
No. You got to remember, you dealing with remedial people. You dealing with people.
I know. I'm saying it. I can't.
Comprehension problem. They don't study at the level you study. They're not where you are in your studies. They on level 1, Stage
I know.
1. They at the SETI phase, nigga.
Yes.
They are
Yes.
they are an unknown group of people who came together to argue with each other about information. Level 1, stage 1. So you got to slow it all the way down, and you got to make it a learning. You got to make it a learning an environment for them, so they can understand the validity of who is the burden of proof on, who made the claim. You know, just the other day I talked about arguing against claims, and YouTube knocked the video down because the individual video that's in there was very fallacious and pseudo, so it struck it. So it is what it is on that. But I'm gonna bring that back up. But I'm asking you, what does it say on the screen? Can you see that, or you on your cell phone and you can't read your cell phone?
Yeah, I can see her. I can zoom in. It says burden of proof. You said that the burden of proof lies not with the person making the claim, but with someone else to disprove. The burden of proof lies with someone who is making a claim and is not upon anyone else to disprove. The inability or disinclination to disprove a claim does not render the claim valid, nor give it any credits whatsoever. However, it is important to note that we can never be certain of anything, and so we must assign value to any claim based on the available evidence. To dismiss something on the basis that it hasn't been proven beyond all doubt is also fallacious reasoning. Example: Bertrand declares that a teapot is at this very moment in orbit around the sun between the Earth and Mars, and that because no one can prove him wrong, his claim is therefore a valid one.
All right,
There you
so
go.
appreciate that. Now, let's slow it all the way back down. Sutek, you in here? I heard a click.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if I had to let you in, but I knew you was on your laptop, so usually you automatically get to come in.
Right.
So the burden of proof. You said that the burden of proof lies not with the person making the claim, but with someone else to disprove it. The burden of proof lies with someone who is making a claim. I never made a claim. I didn't say that that my art was a religion. I didn't say that the 42 laws, I mean the 42 declarations of innocence was a religion. When did I say it? Where did I say it? Show me.
You ain't never said that. You was against that position. That was somebody else that made that claim.
Correct. So once we establish who made the claim, the burden of proof is on them. So now,
but the burden of proof is being cherry picked. Let's go to the cherry pick. We gotta do that one now. Go to the cherry picking factor. Now people gonna see why we like, man, come on, this is basic like logic stuff. Like, come on, man. Now you got to go to cherry picking and how that's a fallacy. So like we got a cluster of fallacies right now in one argument, and people don't get why it had no legs from the get-go. And how people out here got surface level research skills and they out here microwaving still, which is not surprising. Where we're at.
Okay, so I put cherry picking on the screen. What's cherry picking?
Cherry picking, also known as ignoring inconvenient data, suppressing evidence. Ooh. Fallacy of incomplete evidence. Argument by selective observation. Argument by half truth. Card stacking. Fallacy of exclusion. Ignoring the counter evidence. One-sided assessment. Slanting. One-sidedness. Description. When only select evidence is presented in order to persuade the audience to accept a position, and evidence that will go against the position is withheld. The stronger the withheld evidence, the more fallacious the argument's logical form. Evidence A and evidence B is available. Evidence A supports the claim of person 1. Evidence B supports the counterclaim of person 2. Therefore, person 1 presents only evidence of A. Then you got an example. Employer, it said, hey, hush. Employer says here on your resume that you are a hard worker and pay attention to detail, and you don't mind working long hours. Andy, yes, sir. Employer. I spoke to your previous employer. He said that you constantly change things that should not be changed. You could care less about other people's privacy, and you had the lowest score in customer relations. Yes, all that is true as well. Employer.
My bad, hold on. There you go.
What's that? That's an example.
For your social team, and then this part right here, we ain't gonna deal with the second one.
Hey, sit down. Stop riling her up. Am I right there? What you got highlighted?
Mm-hmm.
Explanation. Resumes are a classic example of cherry picking information. A resume can be seen as an argument as to why you are qualified for the job. Most employers are wise enough to know that their resumes are one-sided and look for more evidence in the form of interviews and recommendations to make a decision. Continue.
That's it. Nah,
Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, this is not really hard stuff. You know.
Okay, so I also got the law, the legal definition of burden of proof.
Okay. Want that? Burden of proof. Generally, burden of proof describes the standard that a party speaking or seeking to prove a fact in court must satisfy and have the fact legally established. There are different standards for different circumstances. For example, in a criminal case, the burden of proving the defendant's guilt is on the prosecution, and they must establish the fact beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil cases, the plaintiff has the burden of proving their case by preponderance of the evidence, which means that the plaintiff merely needs to show that the fact in dispute is more likely than not. A preponderance of evidence and a beyond a reasonable doubt are different standards requiring different amounts of proof. The burden of proof is often said to consist of two distinct and related concepts: the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. Depending on the jurisdiction and type of action, the legal standard and to satisfy burden of proof in the U.S. litigation may include, but is not limited to, beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal law, clear and convincing evidence in fraud in will disputes, preponderance of evidence in most civil cases, probable cause and acquisition of a warrant or arrest proceeding, reasonable belief as part of establishing probable cause, reasonable suspicion in case involving police stops and searches, some credible evidence in cases necessitating immediate intervention like child protection services disputes, some evidence in cases involve innate discipline, substantial evidence in many Appalachian cases. What? Can y'all sit? Now I said this. I'm recorded saying this. So I'm gonna go back. I'm using on y'all. I'm telling you. That's it.
Yeah. So, real quick now. So I need y'all to understand that the burden of proof was never on me to prove anything. The burden of proof was on the person who made the claim. So for anyone saying that I didn't prove anything, it wasn't up for me to prove it. You need to know how debates actually work, and you need to know how information works, and you need to understand what claims are. So let me just refresh our memory just from last night. On how to really deal with this stuff. So let me go to my vault. I don't mind sharing. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind sharing. Well, I got a lot of my information over here. Yeah. Let me pull this up. There y'all go. It's all the information. So you gotta use all your resources when you're dealing with people. You catalog your stuff, you know where it's at. I see we got some more people in the building, so I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm right here. You got a problem with me? I'm right here. You ain't gotta talk in your little Facebook chat. You ain't gotta do all of this other stuff. See, that's a problem for y'all. This is what y'all do. That ain't how information works. See, y'all created a group to argue with each other. We actually like to participate in the scientific process and advance scholarship so that our people had the correct information. So no matter whatever the subject matter is, we can hone in on the actual information to advance it so that we don't stay stuck. So again, you need to know what claims are. If you don't know how to disseminate who made the claim and what is the evidence they are using to support the claims, then you have to start from scratch. You have to go real elementary. Now, I'm not going to pull up the elementary video on it, but I'm going to go back over claims. A claim persuades, argues, convinces, proves, or provocatively suggests something to a reader who may or may not initially agree with you. What most non-academics mean by argument is usually a polar opposition or heated debate. I win, you lose. You're a Democrat, I'm a Republican. I'm for the death penalty, you're for bleeding heart liberal against the death penalty. I'm pro-choice, you're against choice. Though academic arguments can be just as heated and draw on political, social, cultural, or personal positions and experiences, academic claims are different, often more complex, nuanced, specific, and detailed. Most academic argument is bounded by what is considered debatable or up for inquiry within a discipline, acknowledging that some questions are already settled, though that too may end up being debatable. The rules of academic argument exclude the following as support because it's my personal opinion, because my friends or relatives think or most people think so, because it's always been, it's a tradition, because it's obvious, because it's morally right. What is it? What a claim is? A claim is the main argument of an essay. It's probably the single most important part of an academic paper. The complexity, effectiveness, and quality of the entire paper hinges on the claim. If your claim is boring or obvious, the rest of the paper probably will be too. A claim defines your paper's goal or presentation's goal, direction, scope, exigence, and is supported by evidence, quotations, argumentation, expert opinion, statistics, and telling details. A claim must be argumentative. When you make the claim, you are arguing for a certain interpretation or understanding of your subject. A good claim is specific. It makes a focused argument. MTV's popularity is waning because it no longer plays music videos. Rather than a general one, MTV sucks. So, what up, Asal? So, when we're dealing with information, we have to understand how to identify one's claim. Sean never made a claim. So for anyone to say that I have to prove why Ma'at is not a religion or why the Declarations of Innocence is not a religion, the onus is not on me. And I'm not gonna do what Wujawu always says, and Happy put it in the chat: never acquiesce to a faulty claim or a faulty premise. I never made that. That was Denise's business to argue. She said it was a religion. So she had to argue with evidence. Did she do that, Sutek? In your honest opinion?
No. In my opinion, no. I tried to explain this to her, but she didn't want to hear it.
Right. Because there's so many problems with defining religion from the get-go. There's an unsettled argument on what religion is anyway. So you have to start there. You have to hash all of that out. And what examples did she provide to support her argument that Ma'at was a religion or that the Declarations of Innocence was a religion? What evidence? We can go to the video.
It looked like she handpicked some criteria. And I'm like, how did you?
She used the fact that there's a statue, and so that's an altar, and they're giving offerings and stuff like very, very vague and ambiguous selective evidence was used. Some circumstantial. But it's convincing to a layman, though. I ain't gonna lie. If you like the microwave stuff, it was convincing.
Right. So now, after we defined what cherry picking was, after we defined what the burden of proof is, and after we made it clear what the claim is, now we can listen to her argument again. I didn't want to do this. Listen, Denise, this has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. So I don't want you to think that I'm attacking you. I'm not attacking you. There's a lot of things that I could have did in the build that could have destroyed any little thing that you stood on, but I refused to use other sources that I had to really break things down and get into some rigor within this. I just tried to keep it to where even your, surface level people should have been able to follow what I was picking up and putting down. However, it seems to be that there's some disingenuousness among people even if they rewatched it. And I don't care about people's feelings. The presentation is there for people to view and then see what actually transpired. Now, I'm not going to play my part, but I need to make it very clear that I am showing people how to identify the claims, how the argument or what evidence is used to support the claim, and they can make an honest opinion based on data, not feelings, not emotions, not deriding, not out of hate for somebody, just straight up, honest, even, plain critique. Now, this presentation is not long, ladies and gentlemen. She has some. Bear with her with the technical difficulties early on. Yeah.
We see they're circled. So one of them, I said, Ma'at is a belief system. Okay. And so I may have been typing and listening on the show and just typing really fast. So I'm like, I don't think Ma'at, the word Ma'at itself, the goddess itself, is a belief system. Right? So that I'm put an X on that one because that's not, you know, it is. I did type that, but it's not actually like what I meant by it, right? Also, I said Ma'at is a goddess, and the laws of Ma'at is the religion. It takes you on that journey to where your heart is weighed by Anubis. So unpacked, what I was trying to say is that Egyptians were religious and polytheistic, to be exact. The people would have belief without really much action if it wasn't for these 42 negative confessions of Ma'at. They create kind of a moral code for the people to live by. So if you follow this code, it will positively affect your afterlife, which is religious to me. So we're going to see what we'll see.
And real quick, because she slid that in, you have to pay very close attention to what somebody is arguing.
She said it's religious to her.
Right. You have to listen to what's being said. But it not only if it's that it's religious to her, but watch what she insinuates the declarations of innocence are. Watch.
Kind of a moral code for the people to live by. So if you follow this code, it positively affect your afterlife.
Now, listen to what she said. It's on the screen. Egyptians were religious, polytheistic to be exact. The people would have a belief without much action, without the 42 negative confessions. These created a moral code for the people to live by that, if followed, will positively affect their afterlife. So the declarations of innocence that is written in the book of the Ra-Nu Perit Imheru, the book of coming forth by day and by night, or the book of the dead. Listen, the book of the dead. They're in the book of the dead. Do we have any other text, or do we have any other archaeological evidence that has the declarations of innocence written in any literature for the regular Egyptian? Listen to my question. The regular Egyptian that just lived their lives on a daily basis and that was never near any temple or a wall where we can go read them, that was available for every Egyptian for 4,200 miles can go and look at in all 42 nomes.
No.
So how could the people know this was the code to live by? Because in the regular society, which I stay in the regular society to keep Ma'at, meant that you were to hold justice and truth. So if someone stole something, you as the judge and jury had to keep Ma'at in justification to rule truthfully about a situation. But it's different, and I might get into it a little bit, but let me just make it clear. She's telling you her position right here. She is making her claim that the declarations of innocence, or what she calls the 42 negative confessions, is a religion. She's telling you this right here. Now let's see how she argues this.
And this religion she classified as specifically polytheistic, which she didn't deal with that either. Like she didn't put the definition of polytheistic up there.
Right. So the declarations of innocence is polytheistic?
That don't even make sense. But okay.
No, I'm just asking, I'm maybe sarcastically asking, but I'm just asking. Again, I'm not attacking her. Okay. This is slowing it all the way down. Okay. This is what people don't want me to do. You don't want me to slow it all the way down. So now it's slowed all the way down. I try to stay away from it. I don't want her to feel like I'm coming for her in any kind of way, because I'm not. This is what, when people run their mouth too much, this is what happens when they run their mouth too much. Instead of letting things be, digesting it, and understanding what just happened to you, I'm going to deal with it like this.
Which is religious to me. So
hold on now. Just so y'all can hear it again. She emphasizes with her words. She emphasizes. So I'm going to show you something about bias research. It comes out every time. Listen.
Which is religious. Which is religious. Which is religious. So unpacked, what I was trying to say is that Egyptians were religious and polytheistic, to be exact. The people would have belief without really much action if it wasn't for these 42 negative confessions of God. They create kind of a moral code for the people to live by. So if you follow this code, it will positively affect your afterlife, which is religious to me. So we're going to see what was said on there. 1 second.
Now, I ain't listening to myself.
So Sean P. claimed that single African Americans made the 42 laws of Ma'at part of a religion, and that it was never part of one. As if these funerary texts were not part of a belief that the soul or spirit would be subjected to judgment and go forward to either suffer forever or to a paradise. What is religion? There is so many different definitions of religion. We have religion, the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods, a particular system.
Let me try to be clear. It's not my screen that's the reason why you can't see, because my quality is on 720. It's the slide that she has and the screenshots that she's using. And if you're on your cell phone and you don't change your quality on your cell phone through your advanced in the YouTube, you're not going to be able to see the screen.
Of faith and worship. Dictionary.com says a set of beliefs concerning the cause, nature, and purpose of the universe, especially when considered as the creation of a superhuman agency or agencies, usually involving devotional and ritual observances, and often containing a moral code governing the conduct of human affairs. Wikipedia says that religion is usually defined as a social cultural system of designated behaviors and practices, morals, beliefs, worldviews, texts, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, or organizations that generally relates humanity to supernatural, transcendental, and spiritual elements. However, there is no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion. Merriam-Webster says that religion is a personal set of institutionalized system of religious attitudes, beliefs, and practices. The service and worship of God or the supernatural, commitment or devotion to religious faith or observance, the state of a religious cause, principle, or system of beliefs held to with order and faith. So these are all these definitions of religion. So we want to make like some qualifying markers. So I made qualifying markers of religion based on all of those definitions. Belief in or concern with an afterlife or soul or spirit. Presence of theism. There is monotheism, polytheism, all kinds of theisms, but they're all referencing a deity or some kind of supernatural force. Offerings or sacrifices, holy places, temples, lands, or building, holy place, rituals, and worship of some kind, whether it's venerating the ancestors, nature, obedience to deities.
All right, so this is her evidence. Some definitions that she Googled, and then she's taken those definitions and she broke them up into 6 qualifying markers of religion. She just didn't pull this out of anywhere. So just so you know, she's using the definitions in this slide to argue what is a qualifying marker of a religion, disregarding the wiki article that just told her that there was an area of contention with how to properly define it, and there's an unsettled debate on the word religion. This is what she did. So she's fitting everything into this criterion. Everything. Look, they even got an unk right here. I don't even know what this word is right here. We can't see it, but it's, you know, most of this stuff is really Christian rooted. Hebrew, Buddhism, Islam. So these are her qualifying markers. Now, she told you with this 6 points right here. So now your expectation is to watch her not make these qualifying markers, but argue it with evidence. Let's see.
Ma'at, right here with her feather, refers to the ancient Egyptian concepts of truth, balance, order, harmony, law, morality, and justice. Ma'at was also the goddess who personified these concepts. She was depicted with wings or as a woman with the ostrich feather on her head. This feather was said to be used in the ceremony of the weighing of the heart. In this ceremony, the decedent's heart is weighed against her feather for judgment. Ma'at is a quote. Ma'at is a
yes, sir.
I mean, like, if you want to slow it down, like you trying to do, she literally is saying that it's a concept, and that image is it personifies those concepts. So like that doesn't necessarily define that means that it's a religion. It's a concept, and then the concept of being, defined. Are those religions that, in that personification? You just slow. I'm just saying. She moving too fast. You need to slow down.
She ain't listening to that. So ultimately, man, I want to kind of let her get through it, but through this slide, she's just using the basic, copy and paste here, and then from where she got it. So she Googled something, which is really not a really good. There's better information that she could get online that would have gotten to some specifics about it. But what she did was she did biased research, and she was cherry picking her research to support her argument. So now she's going to tell you she's telling us who the goddess is, right? She's given us the personifications and the importance to Ma'at in the Egyptian pantheon. And then she gives us the second paragraph. And in the second paragraph, it says Ma'at is a comprehensive construct. The first 5 words, comprehensive construct that exists throughout ancient Egyptian civilization. In its cosmological sense, Ma'at is the principle of order that informs the creation of the universe. In its religious sense, Ma'at is a goddess or nature representing order or balance. Last, in its philosophical sense, so there's 2 senses. In its philosophical sense, Ma'at is moral and ethical principle that all Egyptians were expected to embody in their daily actions toward family, community, nation, environment, and God. So think about your household. What type of moral code or philosophical sense do you have in your house? Moral or ethical principle that you have in your house. You don't need no God. You don't need nothing. What type of order would you have in your house? What type of principles you establish?
Don't take your trash out. You take shit. Close the front door. Don't leave the front door. There's a lot of stuff, man. You can go on and on.
Right. So let's just say this. Let's say that you don't establish any moral or ethical principles in your house. What do you expect to happen?
Chaos.
Disorder.
Anything goes.
Right. So you're going to have a shitstorm in your household because there's absolutely what you said. There's chaos. There's no moral or ethical principles, right, to live by. And then when the kids grow up and they go on their way, when they meet someone who doesn't come from the same type of household as the other person is going to be very reluctant in dealing with that person because there's going to be a conflict in interest in moral and ethical principles. They're going to clash. They're not going to have any type of harmony because that person is junky, don't respect nothing, all the stuff that you don't want to tolerate in your life right now. They're totally the opposite of you. Why would you put yourself in a situation to where you're going to be around someone who takes from you, who doesn't respect your stuff, goes into your room, sleeps in your bed, wears your clothes, put on your shoes, and then give them back to you junky and dirty and all beat up? Use your toothbrush and your deodorant. What are you gonna do? So let's let her finish.
A comprehensive construct that existed through ancient Egyptian civilization. In its cosmological sense, Ma'at is the principle of order that informs the creation of the universe. In its religious sense, Ma'at is a goddess or nature representing order or balance. Last, in its philosophical sense, Ma'at is a moral and ethical principle that all Egyptians were expected to embody in their daily actions towards family, community, nation, environment, and God.
Now, she takes this quote and she gives 3 senses. In a cosmological sense, Ma'at is defined in one way. In a religious sense, it is another way. And in another sense, it is another way. So now let's open the damn curtains up. Okay? Because the original claim here is that the declarations of innocence are a religion, not Ma'at. I hope y'all are paying attention because What she did, what timestamp is this? 2009. What she did in this slide right here, okay? This is what happened when you do rewinds and you slow stuff down. And you really want the sauce. When you really want the sauce. In this slide right here, she argues, well, she says, let's do my statements. My art is a belief system. It's a religion. I may have been typing and listening as you see. I'm also on the show. So she put an X on this. And then she explained that is not what she meant, that my art was a religion. So what are we doing at the 20-minute and 9-second marker? What is this slide about? If Ma'at is not a religion, what is this about? You corrected yourself initially.
Looks like it's to me like it's about trying to argue it's a religion, you know.
So she corrected herself in the opening slide about what she said. She said that Ma'at is not a religion. So the emphasis here is what? What is this about? Because there's a cosmological sense to Ma'at, a religious sense to Ma'at, and then a philosophical sense to Ma'at, and none of this has to do with the declarations of innocence. Nothing.
No, nothing. No.
So we have yet to deal with her initial claim. So remember, her initial claim is that the declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions, is a religion. It's a religion. Let her finish her argument.
Nation, environment, and God. Ma'at's role in the Duat. Egyptians believed that the soul was in the heart, which is why they left the heart in, where they removed every other organ in their meticulous burial rituals. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani, gives a full depiction of a soul's journey through this underworld. The Duat is the beginning of the journey. The negative confessions forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment and stood face to face, first of all with Osiris.
Say it again.
Forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment.
So the declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions, form, listen to me. Listen to me. She says it right here. The negative confessions forms part, not all, part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Her claim is that the declarations of innocence are a religion. how could the declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions, be a religion when it is part of a spell 125 of the Book of the Dead, and it is intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment? Can anyone explain that to me? Who can make that make sense?
No, I ain't make that claim, so I'm not even gonna attempt to try to rationalize.
Yeah, I'm about to say you got to get her on here to answer that one. That's tricky. Makes no sense.
So how could okay, let me rephrase it. How could the declarations of innocence, which is part of the spell, ladies and gentlemen? So you had to listen. Which part of this spell comes first? We don't get an opportunity to know which part of 125 comes first, the declarations of innocence or something else. So there's an overall judgment here, or there's an overall spell here or scene here, and we only have half the story. So we just forget the other half of the story. We're just going to focus on this half, and this half is a religion. But the religious intent of it is only to be recited by the dead people. So the living people shouldn't be reciting it because its intention was for the dead, the deceased. She said it. I can't make this up. She said it.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani, gives a full depiction of a soul's journey through this underworld. The Duat is the beginning of the journey. The negative confessions forms part of spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. It was intended to be recited by the deceased when they entered the hall of judgment and stood face to face, first of all with Osiris, and then Osiris backed up by a further 42 other divine judges, all of whom the deceased had to name. They had to make.
Stop. Let me stop. She continues to say, it was intended to be recited by deceased when they entered the hall of judgment. Now, mind you, we don't have the source or where she got this from, but it's probably wiki. Okay, let's get that straight. The hall of judgment and stood face to face, first of all, with Osiris, with Seer. Remember, he is a deity. He's dead. He's the, and then with Seer backed up by a further 42 other divine judges, all of whom the deceased had to name. So now remember, listen to the key words here. The deceased had to do two things here: recite the negative confessions and name the 42 judges. It didn't say the living had to name the 40 or had to recite the 42 declarations of innocence or the negative confessions or the 42 divine judges. The dead does. How is this a religion? So is this a religion in life or is this a religion in death? According to how she defined religion and using her 6 qualifiers.
I mean, based on what she used, it don't fit because, I mean, from what I read, they don't mention no gods up in there and all that. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how that's looked at. It just sounds more philosophical than actually religious. Even by the way, all right, hold on.
Yeah, like what are you giving offerings and performing rituals to 42 negative confessions? Like that don't. That's why I'm keep saying, bro, that the shit don't make sense at all.
I mean, like what we Okay, so now I just want to be clear. If I'm using her argument, her premise, remember she made the claim. To support her claim, she used like 4 or 5 or 6 different definitions, which she used as qualifiers. She excluded what the wiki article said about the religion, not there's no consensus on the religion. So she just ran with whatever the definitions that everything, every other source that she used came up with. So the deceased must recite the what she calls is a religion. The deceased must recite the 42 declarations of innocence. I mean, the negative confessions, and then name the 42 divine judges. What else does it do? Then it says they then had to make a statement asserting the purity and the worthiness as their heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. These statements consist of them confirming that they were not guilty of a range of evil deeds. If the descendant's heart is lighter than the feather on the scale, it means they lived a righteous life or balanced life. They continued to the aru or field of reeds. If it was heavier, they lived in a sinful life, and goddess Amet devoured the heart, leaving the soul to wander in the duat forever. You have to die to deal with Denise's religious claim. You have to die. Because this scene is dealing with dead people. The book of the dead. Listen to the words. The book of the dead. It doesn't say the book of the living. It says the book of the dead, meaning the book of the dead. With what most people don't know is not everyone was buried with a Ranu Parit M. Heru. I'm going to say it again. The Ranu Parit M. Heru is a manual that is put in the casket of dead people. It's not put in the school books of living people.
Make a statement asserting their purity and worthiness as their heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. These statements consisted of them confirming that they were not guilty of a range of evil deeds. If the decedent's heart is lighter than a feather on the scale, it means they lived a righteous life or balanced life, and they continued to the Aru, which is also known as the field of reeds. If it was heavier, they lived a sinful life, and the goddess Amet devoured their heart, leaving the soul to wander in the duat forever. Oh, one second. This here was part of the papyrus, but it's part of the judges. Those 42 judges are seen on here. So, just let you know. Ma'at in society, Ma'at became a symbol.
Okay, now, what she's about to do now is she's going back to who? Who's she going back to, Sutet?
Say it again.
Who is she going back to? She was just talking about the judgment scene, or she was just talking about.
Oh, she going back to Ma'at now. She was talking about the 42 negative confessions. Now she going back to Ma'at, like she flipping and flopping.
Right. So now, remember, her claim is that the negative confessions is a religion, right? But the negative confessions was only related to dead people. They just told you what the intent of the negative confessions were. She read what the intent of the declarations were. had nothing to do with the living. Nothing to do with the living. It never said anything about the living. So let's remember, she is arguing and she's providing her evidence to support her argument. I gotta keep saying that.
Of balance, truth, and order. People will try to honor the basic principles defined by Ma'at as they will be judged for it in the afterlife. Although the negative confessions cannot be canonical, it is because the journey is personal. However, the principles are the same, but how the person chose to exude those principles may be different in life. The veneration of other deities present in the culture were protected by principles of Ma'at, making her an important force in keeping the society together as a people. It was a practice.
Now, this is important in her first paragraph because she is talking about Ma'at. She says Ma'at became the symbol of balance, truth, and order. People would try to honor the basic principles defined by Ma'at as they would be judged for it in the afterlife. Although the negative confessions cannot be what? Canonical.
Considered canonical.
What is that word? Can someone define that word for me, please? Can you define the word that is being used right there? Canonical. Oh,
Canonical, according to or ordered by canon law. And another
Yes.
definition is included in the list of sacred books officially accepted as genuine.
What's the noun version?
The noun, hold on, let me see. The prescribed official dress of the clergy.
Hmm.
So that ain't it.
Right. So
Belonging to literary or artistic canon.
Okay, so really, let me quit playing. What I'm trying to extract out of here is that she said Ma'at is not a religion, that the declarations of innocence, the negative confessions were a religion. But what she is defining is what Ma'at became a symbol of in society. Not the declarations of innocence in society, not the 42 negative confessions in society, but Ma'at in society. Let her finish.
Practice for the pharaohs of Egypt to make a sacrifice to her upon ascending to the throne by presenting Ma'at to the gods, by offering a small image of her, like a statue, little. She was little anyway. In doing so, the king was asking for help in maintaining divine balance in his rule. If the king cannot achieve balance and promote harmony, then it was a clear sign that he was not fit to rule.
Hold on. What did she say? Let me go back. She said something funny. I need to hear it.
She was little anyway. In doing so,
She
the
what?
king to her upon ascending to the throne by presenting Ma'at to the gods, by offering a small image of her, like a statue, little. She was little anyway. In doing
she said she was little anyway. I don't know what that meant. But okay.
We got Wiki gave a better definition. A generally accepted principle or a rule. So she's saying is not a generally accepted principle. These 42 negative confessions is not a rule. This is not law.
Say that again. What does canonical mean again?
A generally accepted principle or a rule.
Okay, so the declarations of innocence was a generally accepted rule.
No, it's saying it's
not
personal.
He said cannot
be canonical. It's saying that it has to be personal. So it's more like more philosophical.
Okay. Well, she said although the negative confessions cannot be canonical, it has to be. It is because the journey is personal.
All right.
So Now let's deal with this. Good catch. Let's deal with it the way we need to deal with it here. Right? Ma'at not only brought order from chaos, she also regulated the stars and the seasons. But what's going on is what I'm trying to tell y'all. The negative confessions is supposed to be a religion according to her claim. But she has spent more time talking to us about Ma'at. Cosmological, philosophical, and religious. That was earlier. However, now she all over the place. So this is her evidence.
So the king was asking for help in maintaining divine balance in his rule. If the king cannot achieve balance and promote harmony, then it was a clear sign that he was not fit to rule. Egyptians partook in nature worship and anthropomorphism. Nature worship is worshiping spirits that are considered behind the natural phenomenon visible through nature. Anthropomorphism is attaching human characteristics or behaviors to things that are not human, such as gods or inanimate objects. Ma'at not only brought order from chaos, she also regulated the stars and the seasons. These are some of the...
Now. Slow y'all roll now. We went from Ma'at to the 42 negative confessions, back to Ma'at to the 42 negative confessions. Are y'all following me? She began to define Ma'at earlier on.
That's true.
Then, do you see here? So what are we arguing here? Is it Ma'at is a religion? Or is it the 42 negative confessions is the religion? Because you're giving us a lot of Ma'at, the deity, and her principles. And none, right, and never, and has not listened. She is not going to qualify any of the negative confessions. Watch this.
These are the 42 confessions of Ani. This is from the Papyrus of Ani, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, translated by E.A. Wallace Budge back in the day. But some of these are like, is hell to a god. And then, they're saying like, I have not cursed a god. I have not stolen. I have not slain cattle belonging to God. I haven't eaten the cakes that were offered to other gods. So this is basically just like an ethical, standard thing that you haven't done, these things in life. But I just wanted to show you like
she didn't say religious things. She said what? Ethical things. So it's more so morality. But when, again, in her initial 2 slides ago, it said that the negative confessions can only be recited by the dead. And the dead also had to recite the names of the 42 judges that were also present. This was in death, not in life. Then she went on to say something about in life, Ma'at became to be seen as this, that, and the third. But she was referring to the deity Ma'at. And then she said something about the 42 negative confessions. And then she said that journey cannot be canonical because it's personal. So that's where we are at this particular juncture. And now we're finna to get into her qualifying claims on why the 42 negative confessions is a religion.
42 negative confessions, I'm not reading them all to you, but they're there. So for the Ma'at claim, the qualifier, do they have a belief or a concern with the afterlife? Yes. The Duat and the Aru is their afterlife. That's where the solar spirit goes. And, they can travel to the Aru if they go through the Ma'at ritual in the afterlife and they pass. They are found to be not living a sinful life. Is it a presence of theism? Yes, it's polytheism, and mine is a goddess. Offerings and sacrifices, she expected.
Hey, real quick, now I'm gonna have to skip myself here, but these are her claims. This is Ma'at claim qualifier. Remember, the claim is not about Ma'at. What is the claim? What is the claim? What's the claim, y'all?
The 42, the negative confessions.
The negative confessions is a religion. Why is Ma'at is a part of her claim qualifier?
How she make these qualifiers up too? Because she
especially when
literally
she
said
said that's not when she said that's not what she was saying. So,
Let me go back.
went back to it.
Let me go back to the 12:27 marker. Let's hear it directly from her. Let me go back a little further.
See here on the show, and I'm also typing in the background. So we see they're circled. So one of them, I said, Ma'at is a belief system. Okay. And so I may have been typing and listening on the show and just typing really fast. So I'm like, I don't think Ma'at, the word Ma'at itself, the goddess itself, is a belief system. Right? So that I put an X on that one because that's not, it is, I did type that, but it's not actually like what I meant by it. Right?
What you saying it wasn't a belief system.
Yeah, she's saying that Ma'at was not a belief system.
Not a belief system, but it's a religion. But a religion.
She's Xing out that claim.
I think she should have really started at what a belief system is, because a religion is a part of a belief system. There's many different types of belief systems. Religion is one of them. So
she said the laws of Ma'at is a religion, and the laws is referring to.
And he said, and the laws of Ma'at is a religion. It takes you on a journey to where your heart is weighed by Anubis. He's saying both of them. I guess she was more saying she's eliminating the part about it being a belief system. But it's like, that's what I'm saying. Religion is a part of a belief system. It's like a subcategory.
No. Hey, she's telling you what she's saying. You're trying to rationalize what she's saying. She's telling you specifically that Ma'at is not a belief system. It's not a religion. The declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions, is the religion. Look what she say behind that.
No, I'm just saying what I'm reading. I'm reading and it says, just start Ma'at. This is where she's saying, when she's speaking, she's saying that the belief system part is where she was like, I don't know, I was writing that too fast. But in the next paragraph, she's basically saying Ma'at and the laws of Ma'at is a religion. She just said, I think it's supposed to say R.
What she fucked up at is she said Ma'at is a belief system or religion. She wasn't trying to deal with Ma'at because she said Ma'at is a goddess. So, okay, I was typing too fast. Let me back up and clarify that I meant the 14 or the 42 negative confessions. That is the religion or the belief system. That's what
I'm just
she.
saying,
That's what she.
right.
Yeah.
I'm saying right there though, she got and right there, so she including them both, which would explain why she's doing them both in this presentation. Why she, but it's confusing though.
But the
Right.
title of the presentation is the 42 Negative Confessions.
Yeah.
See
So
what I'm saying? It's confusing.
no. That's why I said you can't try to make it don't make sense. Here is her claim. She is putting it on the front of her slide.
All
Are
the 42
40
laws of my religion.
Thank you.
Religious.
What is her claim? She said her claim that the 42 law, the negative confessions was a religion. She said it. That's her claim.
Yeah. I'm not negating that. I'm just saying what I'm reading right there, she's saying both of them. It say and, so she's including them both. But then right before saying that she messed up and didn't
Yeah,
mean, like I'm saying, that shit
she said
confusing.
Ma'at is a goddess because she first said Ma'at is a belief system, it's a religion. So she doubled back and was like, "No, I didn't mean that. I meant the 42 negative confessions. I understand that Ma'at is a goddess. The 42 negative confessions is what is religious."
Right. She telling us. Right. If you even look at her slide that Sute got her on, she's telling you Ma'at is a goddess and the laws of Ma'at is a religion. That's her claim. That's what she has to prove. She hasn't done that yet. Instead, here is Ma'at claim qualifier, not the declarations of innocence claim qualifiers. It's Ma'at. So now we're back to Ma'at. This is the prime example of arguing from ignorance, because if your initial claim is that the 42 negative confessions are religion, and then in your evidence, you're telling me that they were the declarations of innocence or the 42 negative confessions was only to be recited by the dead. So what the hell does it have to do with the living?
She actually didn't show the living doing any of these.
Right. Donnie, you're wrong. You going too fast. You headed down the track and you don't even know the argument, bro. Show me where the people, not the kings, show me where the people in all 42 nomes were keepers of Ma'at. The keepers of Ma'at were people that were higher up. The people on the low totem pole, they had nothing to do with no Ma'at. They ain't seeing that shit in all 42 nomes. This ain't being taught. They ain't going to school and doing these things. They're going to school to learn how to do their jobs, to participate in society, to do work, bak, to come together to do work. And I think there's some confusion here, right? Because when Ma'at becomes the symbol of society, it wasn't about the declarations of innocence. It was about reciprocity, truth, harmony, balance. It was about morals, ethics. Was about religion. Ma'at, in a societal standpoint, was about morality and ethics. Had nothing to do with any type of religion. The declarations of innocence could only be recited by dead people. They said that. So now when you're saying you making your Ma'at claim qualifiers, this is where the rest of the problem lies here. Because it's not about Ma'at, it is about the declarations of innocence or the 42 negative confessions. So where is your evidence to support that the 42 negative confessions was a religion? That would rule out number one, that would rule out number two, that would rule out number three, that would rule out number four, that would rule out number five. Because if you're dead and dead people are reciting the declarations of innocence, how could you venerate yourself? You dead. You in the duat. All this shit is about
you dead though. That's another. We gotta start right there. You dead. Ain't nothing saying that. I'm sorry. You gotta stop. Can't you recite when you dead? And like it in your imagination, it sounds like it makes feel like you can't recite. Can't do that. Dead already.
Yeah, she literally said this stuff. She read it and didn't understand what she was reading. She trying so fast and so hard to prove a point. That's what happened when you go into research biasly.
exactly. So the whole notion of the Declaration of Innocence was never qualified here. So there's no Ma'at claim qualifiers. So this whole slide is out the window. Now, she takes it a step further. Watch. So if she was revered like a
after death, so that's obedience to
you only get
her.
Look.
Now this was
you only get one response from me. When I
a system of symbols which act to establish powerful, pervasive, and long-lasting moods and motivations in men by formulating concepts of a general order of existence and clothing these concepts with such an aura of actuality that the moods and motivations seem uniquely realistic. And so the purpose of these sacred symbols, the ones that establish that mood, is to interpret reality and shape behavior, support received beliefs by invoking deeply felt moral and aesthetic sentiments as experiential evidence for their truth, depict preferences as imposed by reality, synthesize the people's ethos, okay, the tone and the character and quality of life, its moral and aesthetic style and mood. So examples of some sacred symbols that we all know was cross, holy books, statues, words like gods, like that. You can find these in a book, Religion as a Cultural System, by anthropologists.
Now, real quick, because she didn't know this, right? Where she got this source from, another anthropologist was arguing against Jeats, Clifford Jeats. This source that she's using is referring to an argument that another anthropologist is having against Jeats and is using Jeats's explanation to set up their own argument against Jeats. But because we don't have the full context of what goes on in the abstract that she's extracting this from, you're left to believe that this one anthropologist has this religious cultural ideology. And there's still an unsettled debate on how to define religion.
Yeah, I was just about to say that just speaks to the fact that this is a issue that's still being hotly debated. Like there is no consensus, and she read it in one of her slides. So I don't know, man.
Now, she's done at this point. Well, hold on.
Clifford Geertz. So, does this qualify as a religion based on anthropology?
She used, now listen, she didn't use her definitions, Sutek. She didn't use her definitions. She's using the last source that she had regarding that person's, you didn't catch that person's definition, because this is that person's slide. And then she tried to put it on the field of study. So this was what, all right, so listen to me. I don't think none of y'all knew what I actually did. But what I did was, when I went back and started reading the additional stuff from the anthropologists that I actually used, the other anthropologists stated in what I read is that it is not the job of anthropology to be religious or join a religion or stump for religion. It is the job of the anthropologist to extract data and ask questions. It is not the job to define. No one understood why I put that in there, because that is the precise that is the precise working method of anthropologists. Do many of them violate this often? Yes. But people ain't picking up on that. That's why everybody ain't picking up what's being put down right here. They're going to have to like, okay, damn. Okay, I see what he's saying now. There he goes on for. You think she right? Do you have any supportive evidence? Because you don't know her claim. Her claim is that the declarations of innocence is a religion. The 42 negative confessions is a religion. Not Ma'at. She said the 42 negative confessions. And then she turned around and said that Ma'at is a goddess. Ma'at is not a religion. Now, according to this anthropologist, she hinges her argument. She repeats what the anthropologist says. Listen, let her finish, because she's done here. This nigga, man. Bruh, she tells you at the beginning of her presentation that the damn 42 negative, the laws of Ma'at is a religion. She don't say shit about Ma'at, bruh. She tells you herself. Don't just come in the fucking chat late in the ball game or wherever the hell you came in here, bruh, trying to argue something. You making yourself look silly. She finna tell you.
Religious.
Listen to her.
So we're gonna deal with the statements that I made while on this show, as you can see here, on the show, and I'm also talking in the background. So we see they're circled. So one of them, I said, Ma'at is a belief system. Okay. And so I may have been typing and listening on the show and just typing really fast. So I'm like, I don't think in Ma'at, the word Ma'at itself, the goddess itself, is a belief system. Right?
You heard her. What did she just say? What did she just say?
She said she don't think it's a belief system.
One more time for the chat.
Belief system.
Tell them, Denise.
We see they're
She's gonna get to the beat. Just have a little patience. She's working her way into it.
Okay. All right. 42 laws of my religion. So we're going to deal with the statements that I made while on this show, as you can see here, I'm on the show, and I'm also typing in the background. So we see they're circled. So one of them, I said, my is a belief system. Okay. And so I may have been typing and listening on the show and just typing really fast. So I'm like, I don't think Ma'at, the word Ma'at itself, the goddess itself, is a belief system.
You heard her. I don't think the word Ma'at, the goddess herself, is a religion.
Said belief system.
A belief system.
But a religion is a belief system. So that's where I'm stuck at. I'm confused. I need like how
The word Ma'at, the goddess, is not a belief system.
It's a religion.
She didn't say the word is she didn't say Ma'at was a religion. She said the laws of Ma'at. She was specific. She doubled down. She doubled down and said the 42 negative confessions was a religion.
Yeah.
On this show that we got the screenshot from, she said it on the show.
Yeah. She said that.
That is her claim. That is her claim.
But she's saying it's not a belief system here.
That is her claim, is that the declarations of innocence is a religion. Going to attack your you might walk by so that
by formulating concepts of a general order or existence. So, like, literally part of the definition of Ma'at is justice and order. So yes, they definitely did that. So 4 and 5, following these conceptions with such an aura of factuality that the moods and motivations seem uniquely realistic. So with rituals and priests and pharaohs being a meditation between God and the people.
By the fucking way. A ritual would be, let me tell you how all right, so she done here. She gonna tell us what these results are. She gonna do all of this. She gonna tell us why yes. She's done. So again, for the people in the fucking back, excuse my language, but for the people in the far back, a claim is the main argument of an essay. It is the most important part of the academic paper. It defines the paper's goal, direction, and scope. It is supported by evidence. She made a claim. She had no supportive evidence because her claim qualifiers dealt with Ma'at and not the declarations of innocence. She didn't know how to argue her stuff. I'm Denise, listen, I didn't do this for you. This is not to attack you. This is, trust me, because I was one and done. So me and you, we ain't arguing. I was one and done with you. People, and this is for everybody, people don't know how to identify claims. And they don't know how to argue the information at all. the information that you used to argue your claim wasn't what you needed to use to argue your claim. Because your claim was that the declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions, was a religion. You didn't show where the 42 negative confessions was a religion. You didn't show it. Because the 42 declarations of innocence had to be recited by the deceased. This is what you said in the hall of judgment. And then you said the deceased had to recite the names of the 42 deities that were present. Zone 4, you just talking. There go the link, bro. You're talking. Don't type us to death. Come demonstrate. Come demonstrate that it's a religion. Her claim is that the declarations of innocence that were recited by dead people is a religion. The declarations of innocence had no credence to the living because it takes on a different role, a different order. It takes on a different role in a society. So her next slide says, Ma'at in society. Ma'at became the symbol of balance, truth, and order. People would try to honor the basic principles defined by Ma'at as they would be judged for it in the afterlife. Although the negative confessions cannot be canonical, it is because the journey is personal. However, the principles are the same, but how the person chooses to exude those principles may be different in life. This is what she says. You can agree with all you want to. You just in the chat, bro. I'm not here to make your mind up. You agree with her based on what evidence? That's all I'm going to ask you. You agree with her, but based on what evidence? She don't provide any evidence that the 42 negative confessions is a religion. Show me where they are. The link is in the chat 20 times. I ain't stopped putting it in the chat. So look, boom. Now, Donnie, you get it. Now Donnie gets it. He says, oh, wait, right there. Dead, they can't practice a damn thing. The intent of the 42 negative confessions was for the dead to recite them in death and then name the judges. They dead. How is it a religion if the mofos is dead? So now you're going to church dead? The intent of the 42 negative confessions was for the dead to recite them. The dang source for it is the Book of the Dead. There's no Book of the Living. So we come up to a faulty conclusion based on feelings and emotions and not evidence. Chavis, you back? What's up? You want me to put this on the screen?
I mean,
All right, put it on the screen.
equating going on. Like, You can equate
Yeah,
it,
no,
but
no,
you
no.
got to do the
I'm gonna put it on the
formula
screen and let you
correctly.
deal with it. Hold up, let me
You know,
mute my mic. So
uh, the difference between belief systems and religion. Belief systems are stories we tell ourselves to define a personal sense of reality. Religion is a type of belief system concerning the nature of the universe. Religion also involves practices people follow that grow out of these beliefs. These beliefs often involve supernatural beings and forces of various kinds. So all religions are belief systems, but not all belief systems are religious belief systems. Many people use related words to mean the same thing. People talk about freedom of conscience, for instance, they are often mean religious belief. When you say, "What do you believe?" it is often involves religious matters. So, for instance, the religious statement of faith involves, "I believe in one God, the Father Almighty." But a belief system is not merely something that involves religion. Religion is a subset, part of a wider category, like an apple is a subset of a wider category of fruit of belief system. A belief itself having trust or confidence something is true. You might believe, well, we stop right there. My means true. So that's a belief, you know. But moving on, one of the meanings anyway, you might believe what a parent friend says about without immediate proof that is true. Why? Because people gain trust and confidence in a variety of ways. These ways move us into the area of belief system. No moving trucks required. Let's add systems. An interrelated group of ideas that we believe make up our system. Oxford defines belief system as, you can see the bottom, set of principles or tenets which together form the basis of religion, philosophy, or moral code. So you're seeing right there, those are you could classify belief systems there, but you go even deeper, you do some more research, you'll find it's different types of belief systems. But that's a good way, the general way, religion, philosophy, or moral code. So other things include political thought can be included also. Some belief systems are Christianity, communism, pacifism, conservatism, and many other things that do not have a letter C in them. Philosophy and morality. Philosophy expands during the Enlightenment era of Europe and is the study of human knowledge by use of reason and philosophers and all those who study philosophy. The branch of learning dates all the way back to Socrates and friends in ancient Greece. We go further than that, but we'll just use that right now. Morality is the set of principles to determine good and bad behavior. These are some basic rules, such as being nice to your parents, but morals differ in various ways depending on the society one lives in. Morality and ethics are not the same thing. Ethics are rules that deemed proper in a certain situation. Killing people is generally immoral, but a soldier has certain ethics to follow, including taking human life. That in some wider philosophical way might be immoral. So religion is an integral part of human society. It is possible that some non-human animals have behaviors that in some ways are religious, such as elephants having what appears to be funerals for their dead, but religion in its full complexity is one way humans are special. The importance of religion is also shown in multiple references in the U.S. Constitution, including the rule against religious texts for federal office and establishment of free exercise clause of the First Amendment, Bill of Rights. You don't have, we already know pretty much all that. I was just more trying to give some clarity to well, also source that belief is is like the umbrella, and then religion is like one of those little branches on it. Belief is the tree, religion is a branch off of that, along with philosophy and other things. So that's all. That was my point of that. That's my attention. You don't gotta go super in depth on that. They can read it. I put it in the chat. That's all I got on that.
All right, so dude in the chat, dude at Zone 4 says that none of us have proved her wrong. Okay, so let's make it really easy and quick. Her argument is that the Declarations of Innocence is a religion. In the same argument that she tries to define religion, it states that there's no consensus or there's no set definition of what a religion is. Inside of that, dead people, how the hell are you gonna prove that dead people got a religion if they dead? How do you prove that dead people have a religion when they're dead? The book, the papyrus, was written and given to dead people who could afford to purchase it. So if you didn't have the money to purchase the Ranu Perit Imheru, you died without it. Meaning that there's no reciting the Declarations of Innocence for you. There's no naming the 42 deities. There's no judgment hall. There's no apep. There's nothing for you. Because those instructions were only handed to those who could afford to purchase it. So if you couldn't afford to purchase it, the shit meant nothing to you. It's that simple. So now, let me show you something.
I mean, also I want to add that my other goal was to pretty much show that this shit was philosophical and how it's dealing with ethics and morality, and it fits more of the philosophical. You really need to pull out the Vegas to really beat this point up, but as far as to why it is not a religion. So you gotta do that again. You did it at first, but you gonna have to do that again for people that's acting kind of slow. I
will in just a second. Hold on one second.
Continue though. That's all I wanted to add real quick. It's not that hard to understand. If they're not grasping, they think we not proving them wrong. Hey, you can let the language alone and the documentation of the language.
That's just using the dictionary. I mean, and even if I use even if I use the TLA, that's just the TLA. So it's not gonna do everything for slow people. So let me just run this down to you.
Zone 4 must have missed the part where it was for the dead people.
He just came in here, bro. He just came in. Even though I went back and said it, and Donnie said, "Wait a minute, it's for dead people." Once I did that, Donnie was like, "Oh wait, you know what I mean?" Donnie got it then, because now he's like, "Hold on, her argument is saying this." So let me be clear. Although the work is often referred to as the Egyptian Bible, it is no such thing. Although the two works share the similarity of being ancient compilations of texts written at different times, eventually gathered together in book form. The Book of the Dead was never codified and no two copies of the work are exactly the same. I'm gonna say that again. There's no two copies that are the exact same. So if you're dying and if the confessions is this, that, and the third, hold up now. We can't just exclude the rest of the Book of the Dead and focus on 2 parts of the Book of the Dead and say one part is a religion. So now, they were created specifically for each individual who could what? Who could afford to purchase one as a kind of manual to help them after death. So again, if you couldn't afford the Book of the Dead, otherwise known as the Ranu Purit Imheru, the Book of Coming Forth by Day and by Night, you didn't get one. You don't go through none of that. There's no reciting. There's no nothing. There's nothing. So Zone 4 is looking crazy now because right now, this just ruled out a large portion of the Egyptian population. And he didn't even know it. So smart, but so dumb. A large portion of the Egyptian population now don't even get to go through a judgment scene. Don't even get to deal with seer on a personal level, right? Don't even have to recite the negative 42 confession, the 42 confessions or the declarations of innocence, whichever one you want to call them, right? They don't deal with nothing because they didn't have the money to purchase it. And how do we know it? Because it tells us it was created specifically for each individual who could afford it. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is a term coined in the 19th century for a body of text known to the ancient Egyptians as the spells for the coming forth by day. After the Book of the Dead was first translated by Egyptologists, it gained a place of popular imagination as the Bible of ancient Egyptians. The comparison is very inappropriate. The Book of the Dead was not the central holy book of the Egyptian religion. It was just one of the series of manuals composed to assist the spirits of the elite dead to achieve and maintain a full afterlife. Who was the Book of the Dead for?
Dead people. That couldn't recite.
Who could afford it? Who could actually afford it? The elite dead.
No, basically the elite class. We want to just classify a class of people that who the elite class.
But what is the key word in all of this shit? Dead.
Dead elite class people that can't read, recite nothing. So how is it necessarily being practiced? I don't know.
This fool said, listen, this fool said, do the field work instead of regurgitating. Bruh, what the fuck do you think this sister did right here? She ain't even source her slides, bruh. But we know where the information came from. This is her information. So you're telling me to do something that she never did. So you want me to go do the field work. So guess what? The field work has already been done. Thank you for telling me to go do the field work. The field work was already done, bro. Already done. The field work is already done. I'm going to help you all the way out. I'm going to help you all the way out because you new to this. We true to this. You don't show up on our platform and you damn sure don't even know what the hell you're talking about. So, let me do this for you. Religion is usually defined as a social, cultural, or designated behaviors or practices, moral beliefs, worldviews, texts, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, or organizations that generally relates humanity to supernatural, transcendental, and spiritual elements. However, there is no scholarly consensus over what precisely constitutes a religion. So, if the declarations of innocence, the 42 negative confessions is a religion, come show me that it's a religion. Don't tell me to go do some fucking field work when you're scared to come on here and show me that it is a religion. I'm gonna do one even solider. Let me pull up the anthropolitical work.
The person that
Let
did
me
the
pull
field
up.
work. You that what you finna do? Person that did the field work, you finna
Yeah.
pull
I'm
up the
finna,
person
let
who
me
did the
pull up
field
the
work.
anther.
So
What
we
is
can
an
be quiet and
anthropologist?
bow down and see. So we just gonna bow down to the person that did the field work, and whatever they say, since that's what he said we need to go do. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna appeal to this person for this because I guess we're not supposed to critically assess nothing, because that's all
Nah,
we're doing.
we ain't gotta. Nah, we ain't supposed to be critical thinkers. No, not your own fault.
That's all we doing.
Inside
You know what I'm
Atlanta.
saying? I don't know why we gotta go do some field work. We just out here listening, making observations, and critically assessing things. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make people better with their logic and their research methodology and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I guess we're not supposed to do that though. So go ahead.
Chapter 1 is called Studying Religion Anthropolitically, Definitions and Theories. So I'm not going to bore you with everything in here because it's just setting you up to deal with some specifics, okay? So the basic orientation leads to 3 dimensions of anthropolitical perspective. First, anthropology proceeds through comparative and cross-cultural descriptions. Anthropology does not consider only one's own social and culture or those similar to it. It adopts the premise of diversity and embraces the full range of diversity or whatever topic is under investigation. It aims to describe each culture or aspect of culture in rich detail. This mission leads to a process and a product. The process is fieldwork, traveling to and living among the subjects of our study for long periods of time, observing and entering their lives. Let me stop. So he wants us to travel back 3,000 years and live among some people who no longer adhere to or follow the laws of Ma'at, according to these believing ass niggas. Let me continue. Hence, the principal method of anthropology is generally considered to be participant observation. The product is the case study of ethnography, an in-depth and close-up account of the ways of thinking and feeling and behaving of the people we study. Therefore, anthropolitical writing tend to be particularistic to describe a smaller local intensively. However, unfortunately, anthropology does not emphasize the local for its own sake. And Stanley Townbuck wrote, the point of ethnography is to use the particular to say something about the general. Accordingly to Tim Ingold, recently opined that ethnography is not the same thing as anthropology, nor is it the mere means to an end. Ethnography reports, while anthropology more ambitiously inquires. You remember what I said about the job of anthropologists? I make it more clear to you right now. So I am not about to bore you to death, but I want to go in and I want to deal with the expert. Studying religion anthropolitically. It's on the screen. When we are studying religion, what exactly are we doing? What exactly is religion? This raises the issue of definition. Let us begin by recognizing that definitions are not real things. 42, Declarations of Innocence, the Zone 4 way. Let's go. They are human and therefore cultural creations and categories, not natural facts. Oh, I believe her. A definition is not true. So now a definition is not true and it is not a natural fact. It is only more or less inclusive and productive. A narrow definition excludes phenomenon that would be included within a wider definition. For instance, if we were to define religion as a belief in one God, we would be disqualifying as religions all of the belief systems that lack a single God. So very few belief systems would qualify. If we define it as a belief in gods, we would still be disqualifying the religions that contain no gods. By imposing one conception of religion on others, we would be defining them into non-religions. This is the problem with the definition. I'm going to run that back for the slow person from Zone 4. If we define it as a belief in one God, we would still be disqualifying the religions that contain no gods. By imposing one conception of religion on others, we would be defining them into non-religions. This attitude echoes the fictional Parsons Thwackum in Henry Fiddle's novel, The History of Tom Jones, who declared, when I mention religion, I mean the Christian religion, and not only the Christian religion, but the Protestant religion, although not all religions promote or elaborate it equally. Ideas and concepts are universal. Aspects of religion, although not all religions have the same concepts, are necessarily very conscious and consistent ones. Language of verbal actions, including myth, is important, as is morality or notions of good or bad behavior, and of course, community. But then rituals, ideas, verbal actions, morals, communities exist as a part of religions too. They're not essentially religious phenomena. What makes religion religious? It would be foolish to attempt to adjudicate between the definitions of religion. Each highlights a piece of the puzzle. Instead, we want to mark out an approach to religion that distinguishes it from other human endeavors and thought systems, and yet connects it to them. What unifies religion with the social actions and institutions is physical, embodied, ritualistic, and verbal behavior, a concern with good or correct action, the desire to achieve certain goals or efforts, and establish a perpetuation or communities. What distinguishes religion is the object or focus of these actions, namely non-human and typically superhuman beings and forces with which humans are understood to be in relation, recognizably, a social relation that is mutually effective. You ain't understanding nothing that is said. So I can't even open my chat up no more to read shit that the brother is saying. I'm going to let the ignorant be. That is to say, religion is an extrapolation of culture to include in society as a cultural non-human beings and or forces. The key for anthropology is that religious beings and or forces are almost universally social, with the qualities of persons or at least agents of some sort. If they were not, how would we make sense of them, and what would we do with about them? In other words, humans see themselves in religious contexts as occupying a certain kind of relationship with some beings and or forces, which we can rightly call a social relationship. It is a relationship of communication, intention, reciprocity, respect, avoidance, control, etc. The things, beings, and forces are like us in some ways, despite the fact that they are greatly unlike us in others. They may have a large language, usually ours, personality or intentionality, desire and interest, and likes and dislikes. They may live in their own social arrangements, and they can be summoned and influenced. This takes us to the real significance of religion as a cultural factor and its real distinction from the other domains of culture: economics, kinship, politics. These are all about humans. The characters in religion are different, but they are not so different. They are non-human, the dead. So let me get on to my get on. What page I'm on? 11. Let me get to the bottom of this thing. I might have missed it. I might have. Oh, Claude Levi-Strauss. No, I ain't even gonna get into all of that. I'm gonna stop right here, and I'm gonna end this on this particular note. I don't have to prove anything because I never made a claim. The burden of proof is still on the claimant that never provided the evidence to support the claim. If the declarations of innocence is a religion, and the declarations of innocence are written in a book called the Ranu Parit Emhe instructed for the dead, and not everybody in Egypt could afford it, only the elite. Then Egypt, as generalized as everybody, Kemet, as generalized as everybody makes it out to be, didn't really have no afterlife. They don't have the instructions. They couldn't afford the instructions. How they gonna get there? They don't know the way. You had to die first, then you had to go through the duat. In the process of going through all of that stuff, you got to recite something, and then you got to name people. If they don't have the instructions to take the path through the duat to get to the judgment or the overall map, then it served no purpose for the rest of the people in ancient Kemet. Because the Book of the Dead was only for the elite. Or the Ranu Parit Emhe was only for the elite. So to prove her wrong, who was these instructions for? They wasn't for everybody because everybody couldn't afford them. If they were for everybody, why everybody ain't dying with a Book of the Dead? If this was a religion. She said the negative confessions, not the overall Book of the Dead. She said the negative confessions were a religion. The negative confessions was more about morality and ethics than it was about religion. And anthropologists will always tell you, and let me help you out. Let me help the slow bus out. Let me help the slow bus out. I mean, I love you know what I mean? I love when people try to, they want to argue with you, right? So I love when people want to argue with you. It's cool. You're going to argue. All you want. I did it on Canva. I didn't do it on, I didn't do it in Keynote. Oops. That was the thing. So let me get to this slide. My odds. Oh shoot, I'm tripping. It would be foolish to attempt to adjudicate between the definitions of religion. Source, Eller, 2021, page 7. It's out of the same book that I just read. One major problem in anthropology of religion is the definition of religion itself. The act of defining is an attempt to specify what is unique and distinct about the subject. The sin quo non or without that not. What makes it what it is. Probably no single definition of something as diverse as religion could ever quite capture it. Rather, we find it is that various definitions emphasize certain aspects or betray the theoretical orientation of their authors. For instance, one of the earliest anthropologists, E.B. Taylor, posited in 1871 primitive culture, a minimum or simplest possible definition of religion, the belief in the spiritual beings. A more compact assessment can hardly be imagined, but it faces at least one complication. It introduces other terms, belief, and spiritual beings that beg for definitions. This is the thing when you're generalizing stuff. If we define it as belief in gods, we would still be disqualifying the religions that contain no gods. So you're stuck when you're trying to define it because anthropologists are telling you it's too wide to try to define. Attempts to define religion have been controversial and contested. Many competing definitions have been proposed by scholars and judges, but no consensus has emerged. Among non-legal scholars in philosophy and religion, there is a very lively debate as to whether the word religion can or should be defined. It has been observed that the effort to define religion is as old as the academic study of religion itself. In fact, dozens, if not hundreds, of proposals have been made, each claiming to solve the definitional problem in a new and unique way. Needless to say, no one definition of religion has garnered a consensus, and the definitional enterprise, as well as the debate over the very need for definitions, continues in full vigor. Ideally, a guide to nature and history of philosophy of religion would begin with an analysis of definition of religion. Unfortunately, there is no concurrent consensus on a precise edification of the necessary and sufficient conditions of what counts as a religion. So, let's define Ma'at. We all know what Ma'at is. I think this is one of the most cultivating things that is actually said right here. This is in Obenga's book. Ma'at is the basis of social orders, a value that can neither be bought nor bargained away. The social order secretes benevolence and love kindness without stifling personal initiatives and work. If you cultivate a farm, Ma'at conjugates slander, lying, defamation, boastfulness, and flattery. All persons, great or humble, rich or poor, deserve respect. Such are unequivocal prescriptions of Ma'at. Order is in the categorical imperative. Nadir Ma'at im senes. Stick to the truth, do not exaggerate. In the last analysis, what prevails is justice, Ma'at. The concept of Ma'at is complex, multi-layered. To understand it, we need to examine it on three levels: the universal level, the political level, and an individual level. Those are the three levels. Ma'at personified both divine and worldly order, as well as the concept of justice, as legal cases, even those concerning the Pharaoh, were bounded by her as the highest judge and legislator of the country. The rule in particular was obliged in honor to enacting the laws and the administration of justice in accordance with Ma'at. Ma'at therefore represented supreme ethics. What did Ma'at represent? Supreme ethics and awareness of right and wrong. Ma'at represented supreme ethics and awareness of right and wrong. Even the officials appointed by the Pharaoh were legally bound by Ma'at, who thus represented the ethical basis of the structure of the state. I ain't said one thing about religion right then and there. Not one single mention of that.
Not one time. I ain't heard you say. I ain't read it myself because this is a source that you quoting from. It's not you making this up, giving your opinion, is it?
No, no opinion.
All right, I'll just make it short so we don't want to get no confusion out here.
So, when referring to the Book of the Dead, you talk about the Hall of the Two Truths or the Dome, the place where the souls of the dead. This is the soul of the dead come to be judged. So now you're talking about a dead ass motherfucker. The dead person. So now the dead person, right? Who got to recite and do this, that, and the third, and X, Y, and Z. They dead. How is this a religion? You heard me mention over and over morals and ethics. Ancient Egyptians always believed in natural law that embraced social justice and morality. In the course of time, this was supplemented by the decrees and laws of the kings, which were kept in writing and archived. The following statement by Hornhair has been recorded. I gave rules to their faces and added laws to their collection. Therefore, laws in the New Kingdom were cited as Pharaoh's law or began with the introduction, Pharaoh says. In any case, the legal idea of Ma'at had to be taken into account when it came to passing judgment. Even the officials appointed by the Pharaoh were legally bounded by Ma'at, who thus represented the ethical basis of the structure of the state. The high-ranking vizier, as well as the low-ranking scribe, was considered to be keepers of Ma'at. In the pyramidal structure of the Egyptian hierarchy, the scribes are like third, or hold on, it's the kings, of course, all of them are at the top. Then there's some military people and all of that, and then the scribes come behind that, and then there's other orders of people that fall in the ranking. So what you hear a lot is ethics, morality in regard to Ma'at. So now you have other texts, underworld texts. So the pyramid text, the coffin text, the Amduat, the book of Karas, book of the earth, the book of the sky, the book of the day, the book of Nut. There's other books out there that are not named. There's no mention of those texts. The pyramid text and the coffin text are more instrumental than the Ranu Parit Heru. Yet she cherry-picked the Book of the Dead and claimed that the Declarations of Innocence, the 42 negative confessions, was a religion. She didn't say all this other stuff because she had no idea about it. But the 42 Declarations of Innocence that were to be recited by the deceased was a religion. So you dead Negroes can create religions now in the underworld.
That's right. That's right. Respect that.
She forgot all the other plates, all the other spells that are in the Book of the Dead, and she focused just on particularly one scene, making that claim. And this is the issue that you have with pseudoscientific people, or people who, like Sutek said, move too fast and argue from ignorance. So you can send, I mean, your crony said they won't smoke. I hope Zone 4, it is what it is.
I don't know why you would upgrade. I don't know why she would say that, because in your original presentation, you pretty much just went back and showed, what Ma'at was and how it was basically the philosophical foundation for the societal mores and ethical ideas. So that kind of disqualifies it as being a religion. There's a piece of it that I can see why someone would try to interpret because of the God term, and there's the images, but it's a little bit deeper than that.
But those same so those same deities and those same God terms are expressed in all of those other underworld texts. They show up in all the other underworld texts, sir. So why is this specific to the declarations of innocence? If that is
I don't know. I can't explain that. She in there. She could, hop on here and maybe clarify for us, because I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Could kill that real fast. I don't know.
Zion says this is brilliant, Zion. This is brilliant what you said right here, bro. I mean, I got to give credence to this. He says, imagine the half-asses in Vincent Racaniello chat box saying he taking 2 hours for a 5-minute news clip. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And literally his shows be 3 hours, but he does spend 2 hours on a 5-minute news, and no one says shit about it in his chat.
No, they soak it up because they don't know that shit, and that they really want to hear the insight and get some edification. But you got people that's not here for that, though. Not here for the edification. They want you to reinforce their pseudoism and poor methodology, and I guess big them up for that, for their attempts. I don't know, because I can't explain this. The 42. I can't do that. She got to come up on here and break that down. So I ain't gonna be able to do that. I could try, but I ain't gonna waste my time.
Now, this is a different conversation if you're dealing with the embodiment of Egyptian underworld texts. You understand what I'm saying? Am I making sense? It's a different conversation, okay? If we're dealing with Egyptian underworld texts overall, and we're putting an emphasis on practice. And then we can demonstrate. We can demonstrate, meaning, they erected temples to certain deities, but Ma'at didn't get a damn temple until the reign of Ramesses III, and that temple was a small temple. So people that and she never had a cult. These other deities like Wasir, like all these other deities in that pantheon, those major deities, they all had cults. Now, guess what? You trying to fit that into your definition of religion. I'm not going to fight it as hard, but I'm going to simply say to you that you can't use your westernized lenses to find ancient African traditions and customs, because they don't fit in the box. But I'm not going to put a presentation together. I'm just going to continue to say that it's a different conversation, but that was not the conversation. The conversation was specific because the claim was direct and specific. So now showing
claim was in the title. You claim was in the title, man. Slides were confusing right directly after. The claim was in the title.
And I'm supposed to refute her with her fucked up claim. Nothing against her. But the claim was fucked up. That was the utmost part of it. So look, man, I really ain't got nothing else for nobody, man. Unless y'all got some Sutek. I know y'all going back and forth, you know what I'm saying, on the side and off in the dark. So, yeah, you know, Chavis told us earlier if he had something going on, he was naming it. But what about you? What can we expect from you? Or you got anything coming on? Are you working on anything in particular?
I'm working on something, but it might take a little bit longer than what I thought because I can't find enough adequate sources for what I need. But yeah, I came across some extra shit today, so yeah, it'll be coming along just a little bit later than what I thought.
Or Chavis, y'all got something for the people, man?
Use methodology and
What if they
don't
don't
be
know
afraid.
how? What if they don't know how to use methodology?
Well, you need to go to the Science with Sean archives and go find you a video to give you some assistance. Then you need to go also learn how to, you know what I'm saying? There's plenty of videos you need to go in there. Go view the get your claim certification so you can know how to identify a claim. Then you need to go learn how to critically think. You know, you got a book on there. You get, you know what I'm saying? Holla at Sean. All that type of stuff. Go do that. That's all that's what I got for the people is suggesting literature that need to be reviewed via PDF that Sean has access to. Y'all need to get him from. Hit him up. That's all I got.
All right, so again, man, look, I appreciate everybody tapped in. If you're 20 years old and you in the chat and you just talking shit and you can't edify you can't articulate your argument because you're running, then you're a weak ass immature 20-year-old. Straight up. Who created you as a man or a woman or whatever you is? That ain't how you supposed to stand. You supposed to be taught to stand on your square and be able to properly edify yourself no matter what surrounding it is as a 20-year-old.
At the same time, though, we don't argue with people's opinion, though.
You don't even know what a claim is. And you don't
know
know how to
think. You know, so we don't argue with people. That he just demonstrating that's just his opinion. You know, his belief. It
is his belief. He said it. He said it earlier on in the thing, though. He did. He did say he believed that she was right or whatever.
Nothing he's saying is a fact.
Nah, he ain't got no evidence.
No, he telling us he think. We don't have to talk to him no more. We don't have to. Thank you for your participation and feedback. We don't have. Thank you for what you think. we appreciate your thoughts. We don't, you know what I'm saying, too much cater to him or agree with him. When that's okay, it's okay to agree or disagree. But we don't argue with people's opinions. He gave his opinion, so he's not saying that it's a fact, so that's okay. We can leave it at that. You can hit him with the music.
What's up, Denise?
Y'all did another presentation?
No, it had nothing to do with you.
Boy, I've seen it. I've seen a little bit of it. I ain't really see the whole thing. I don't know if it was different or not. I'll have to relook at it.
No matter what you seen, it had nothing to do with you.
Why are you so angry?
I ain't angry. I just said it earlier, and you insisted that it was something else.
No. I'm saying I seen some of it. I just didn't see it all. I saw my stuff up here though, my work.
Yeah.
Why are you so? What is wrong? Are you okay?
Who said something was wrong?
It's your attitude.
I don't have an attitude.
You're just being direct.
Exactly.
If you want smoke.
Exactly.
I was asking. You did a whole nother.
I don't understand how people. Go ahead, Denise. Go ahead.
Why do I feel that way? Well, because I've had conversations.
No, I didn't ask you how you felt.
And what you didn't act like that. So therefore, that's why I'm asking. But I mean, you had my stuff up here. You redid it. You redid your shit.
I didn't
Did some more
redo
stuff.
anything. I didn't
So like,
redo anything.
okay.
No, he didn't redo anything. He just said we went over it.
No, I didn't redo anything.
No new slides is involved. No new nothing was inserted today. Just
So you re-showed it, right? You redid the same thing.
You just went into more depth on your shit, which you
on
could have
the
did in the
surface
first
scholarship
place.
that you provided the people with. You know, we just add some additional, you know what I'm saying, critique.
Okay. Well, honey, you can find me on Information Age. See y'all.
Peace out.
Ooh,
He said I need a hug. Tell your mom I need a hug, my nigga. Bet she'll hug me good too. Bang bang. Nah, man. In all seriousness, hold on. You see how she came on the panel, and then that's what I'm talking about with you.
Man, you gotta let it go, man. She just
Nah,
pulled a stunt. She just pulled a
immature.
super stunt on here, like she came to
Sure,
G
you
check
left off
you
your
really
own
on here.
head.
You got
You
my
said
stuff on here. I'm just saying, I'm trying to see did some new stuff. She was gonna try to go off. She ain't watched nothing up. She ain't watched the beginning because she wasn't seeing it. Wasn't no slides. You wouldn't say nothing about none of that.
No. Hold on, Chambers. Hold on, Chambers. Denise, I told them niggas that you talk to in your back chat that got my name in their mouth to bring their ass on this platform and we can build. So whatever issues that they actually had with me, they can click the link and we can get some straightening all the way. And I was gonna go all the way in. See, when you say that I don't prove anything to anyone, when I showed you the Vegas dictionary the other day, right? Hold on, let me do it again. God,
I told you. You
no,
should.
no,
This
no,
is
no,
the
no, no. I
main
shouldn't have to
thing.
do this, dude. I
You
already did
have
it.
to, man.
No,
It's a
no,
visual.
you
It
have
needs
to.
to be
Bro,
visual.
if I already did it once, it's set in stone.
I know.
You can't you can't erase when I did put it on the screen.
No, you can't. It just went over people. I don't think you had it on there long enough, and I ain't think you went through enough of them so people could really get like they ain't see the how many entries is in there that in the different ones and how that shit it's not gonna
Denise.
fit.
Okay, Denise. Set the show up. I'll come on your platform and kick all y'all asses. Set the show up.
All you gotta do is bring that right there. Is bring his dictionary and then, what y'all said? Click, 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 click. How many put it in there and then how many things do it say on there? This is gonna be a lot.
It's right here. My eye, truth, righteousness, justice, right doing. It's never gonna say religion.
No, but do you see where it says 60 out of 2,568? They don't want that. Come on, man. No,
One
they're
who
not really
restores
ready.
my eye. You read my eye. It's an epithet. One who restores my eye. My eye.
Restoring religion? Restoring religion? Is that what he's doing?
No,
is that what Erie?
It doesn't say restoring religion. One who restores my eye.
Oh, okay. I'm done. I mean, if my eye is a religion, that way he would be restoring is he's restoring religion. If it
righteousness, justice, right doing.
So are those religions?
You're restoring justice.
Oh, I'm trying to. She said, I don't know. I'm just saying.
She didn't say that my art was a religion. She said that 42 negative confessions was a religion.
Yes. I'm just saying.
So this is what I'm saying. Me showing definitions of my art isn't what needs to be done. I'm not, the burden of proof is not on me. So that's why I'm saying I don't have to show everything that I need to show. I don't have to go into the TLA. I don't have to bring the TLA out. I don't have to go in here to find a damn word for anyone. She got to do that.
You're right, because you ain't said it was nothing.
The burden of proof is on the claimant.
That is true.
She has to show me. She has to show me. She has to show me this word. Watch
I just
how
want
many
people to see that though. I'm saying,
Watch
look
how
at them entries, y'all. Look at them entries, y'all. That like.
Watch how many entries. Let me zoom in. Watch how many entries. Watch how many entries I get for religion.
The arsenal you got that you're not really just really being nice, even though you know it's not a part of the art. But I'm just saying, if we gonna define my art and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got an arsenal right here, and doing that, you know what I'm talking about, and it's not gonna be what people think that it is. Yeah, it's not just the image. It's a lot of.
Find a word. Find a word religion.
Maybe you gotta type it in there. Type it in there and see what happens.
We don't have to argue anything. It's called a burden of proof, bro. The burden of proof. You made a claim, so you have to show evidence for this claim. You didn't do that.
She don't understand.
This is what being nice. This is what being nice.
Yeah, being nice. You're right. I should have just been very disrespectful to her and dragged her dragged her all the way through the mud because she don't respect it unless. But really, she's just being facetious at the moment because she knows that I ain't gonna be like, you know, like I ain't gonna be like JJ or Sarnetta and call her out her name and say all the other little stuff that's irrelevant to me.
No, we don't even gotta do all that. That's not even, you know, that's not even no word.
No, hold on. Just to end this, the word religion or religious, here you go. The word religion does not even show up in an Egyptian dictionary. So the word has no equivalent to the Egyptians.
And I ain't to say she said that, but that's just an interesting insert. Like you saying, you adding additional critique. You know what I'm saying?
No. But I only did this show because of her people running their mouth, not because of her.
Right.
So she thinks that anything pertaining to her is me coming for her. This shit had nothing to do with her. She's irrelevant to me.
Yeah, after but talking about you spent 5 hours and she said 15 minutes. It don't matter how much time I spend, nigga. No, I'm saying, but think about what she's saying. No, like how much information are you giving people in 15 minutes versus
I pay myself.
Correct.
I ain't lost nothing.
People are used to microwave information. Like, yeah, you're not gonna get the full scope of nothing in no 15 minutes, man. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
and then like you saying that, like that's like, like that's a good thing.
So like, did she tell you that they wanted to do something regarding my presentation?
Yep.
She said that her people wanted to come for me. Did she not say that to you, Sutek?
Yep. She said that her people said your presentation was ass, and you didn't prove that she wasn't on point.
So okay, so her people. So listen, her people said that. So I sent her the link and told her if they got something to say to me, they can say it to me directly. They ain't got to go through a third party. And rightfully so, she trying to make it about her. See, Denise, I don't even play those games. When I told you that I was one and done, I was one and done. That's why I don't give you no energy. I was one and done. You make too many mistakes. And you're too in your own way to understand where I showed the corrections after I followed your video to go back and really see, okay, I see why I had problems because I was being nice. I didn't want to slow you down. slow walk your little 20 minutes. I didn't want to do that. So now you feel privileged. You feel privileged, like, oh, you still no. Don't feel privileged, sweetie. Don't feel privileged. Because I spent a week on JJ and he retarded as hell. I spent a week on pretty much a lot of people when I'm breaking down their stuff because they start running their mouth. So then I just ramp it all the way up. But I said at the beginning of this show, specifically speaking, that this has nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with the people in the background that has something to say about me.
She said they had a word for steak, but they wouldn't. That was they had a word for cow though, so they wouldn't have to use the word steak. So that's another like poor reasoning on display. Microwave. You're thinking too fast to try to. You think you listening to respond versus listening to understand. Now it's
I'm trying to find the word religious, meaning ma'at. Since we have 12 entries for the word religious, but not the word religion.
He went 2 hours. Wait, ain't you waiting on somebody? You waiting on some smoke from any of her friends? That's really what we all here so long. We're trying to give y'all time to come on here and bring, come say this shit.
Where your people that they got so much to say?
That's why he waiting so long. That's why he on for 3-4 hours. But really, it's 2 hours and 46 minutes he's been on this live. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for some who, you know what I'm saying, whoever. You know what I'm saying? So don't think
Kofi did a 5-hour presentation. This ain't nothing, man. This ain't nothing.
All right, man. So look, them niggas ain't gonna show up, bro. They ain't got nothing to say. They like to throw rocks and hide their hands.
Not to you directly. Not to you directly. They don't want to. They don't want to document it. They don't want to have intellectual, like, cordial discussion and hash out these disagreements they may have. It's not gonna happen. You're right. I agree.
There want to be chatty patties in the chat.
Yeah, I don't have no respect for none of them, man. In life or in scholastics, I don't have no respect for none of them. In life or scholastics,
we don't argue anyway.
No relevance. And you think because you got a pseudo fucking YouTube channel that you get 1,000 views on that means something? It means very little to me. I don't care.
1,000 pseudo.
Shit. Sonetta get 20,000 views with a pseudo ass female on there spitting bullshit. So y'all really ain't doing nothing.
That's what I told. I said, bro, we are never gonna have that type of wide-ranging platform because we talking real information. Pseudos is winning. Shit, y'all got 1,000 views. Nigga, think how much Young Pharaoh got.
But theirs is for entertainment stuff. But that's nothing you got to keep in mind.
Oh, yeah, that's an entertainment show. Yeah,
entertainment.
They argue information.
Yeah, so we can't even be like trying to even. That's not a. You got universities with not a whole lot of subscribers and stuff. You know, they drop a video, it ain't that many likes on there because like niggas ain't even watch a 4-hour lecture on virology or neurology or any of that. They not interested. It takes a select few.
Look, now look at the tactics. Why are y'all worried about views? So she'll say something about views, and then we respond to it, and then like we crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how personal this became when she came in, and I be trying to tell her that she don't be trying to hear it. I'm not.
We're not bothered. We're just explaining why. One, that we understand why there's so many people tuning in because it's entertainment. And when you got entertainment, hey, you're gonna have a lot of people. When you got an education channel, you ain't gonna have too many people because you're trying to educate. And a lot of people not interested. It's a select few people that want to be educated and be edified. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I didn't want to like really entertain you at all, because you think that it's really about you. I don't think about you. I don't say, I don't ask Sutek what she's saying today, this, that, and third. And there's nothing that I don't say anything to you. Why are you trying to make this about you? It has nothing to do with you. I said at the beginning of this video, this ain't nothing about you. I opened up this show because people was talking shit. They was throwing rocks and hiding their hands. If they want to come for the smoke, it was here. It's up.
What's the title of the show again? The title of the show Denise, or is the title of the show what? What is it again?
So it has nothing to do with you.
I was
Chill
just
the
trying to
fuck
make
out.
Yeah,
You trying to make yourself you trying to put yourself in a light for something that really ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You might want to have that conversation off of YouTube, sweetie, because you are totally misrepresenting the intent of anything. And I already defined it earlier. I said, this ain't even about you. I used your video as the example because of what people think they know, they don't know. And it was shown that you don't know. You made a claim and you didn't argue it with evidence. You said that the declarations of innocence or the 42 negative confessions as you know it is a religion. That's what you said. Well, the declaration, and then you turned around and said that the declarations of innocence were only to be recited by the deceased, the dead people. And then I just showed earlier that the book of the dead was only for elite people. It was not for everybody. So if there was a population of 10 million people and there was only 100 elite people, only the 100 elite people would go through, when they die, would go through the preparation to get their Ranu Parit Mheru, whereas you wouldn't get shit. So the religious thought was jacked up. But that has nothing to do with you. You're just the example in the explanation. But if you want to feel good about it, you know what I'm saying? Feel good about it. Ask Reggie how many videos that I actually did that was toward Reggie. He wrote an article. I did like 4 or 5 shows on Reggie. I guess he should feel the same way, right? You know what I'm saying? I did shows on Unc and Garfield. I'm an equal opportunist. I spread my love very well. If that's what you want to feel, if you want to feel loved, if that's what this is, if you want to feel special, wanted, and all of that stuff, then okay, take it as that. Feel good about yourself. I hope it lifts your spirits. I hope you sleep really good at night. See? You think it's...
I see none of the information was refuted. It was all personal shit. Like, I'm gonna leave you alone so you can get out your feelings.
In the chat, well, it's only 2 people in the chat. I mean, and she's one of the people, so she just overgeneralized the whole chat is saying they don't. That shit is crazy, man. Y'all gotta cut that kind of like logically fallacious outburst out, bro. Like, take y'all time and be very, very, say what you mean what you say. You know?
Man, she thinks that only this is what we agree. Guess what? We can go on a neutral platform. We can go on Garfield's platform. And we're going to, and Garfield's platform will understand what's going on. But what I'm saying is, your platform don't know anything about research methodology and scholarship and how it works. We knew this when we came in, and Mugabe said, oh, y'all done let some real scholars back here now. He said this in your chat on a live call, and he put that message in there. He said, y'all done let some real scholars back here now. And all the other dudes was hating.
Man, so they know
not all the other dudes. Let me correct myself. Not all the other dudes. Brother Lavelle. Who else was back there? Sutek. Brother Lavelle. Old boy that was a New Wapian. Ex-New Wapian.
Shit, that was it.
Mugabe. They were back there, And they said what I said. Now you said that Mudawa is pseudo.
Wow.
But you
that's
mad
wow.
at Mudawa though. You and Mudawa had a falling out. But that's not my place to even explain to anyone. So for you to say that he's pseudo means once again you're making it personal.
That's her opinion again. But we can't argue
No, that's the pattern.
Yep. It's all right. Look, Denise, I think your daughter is going to be a very educated young lady. I think she's going to do well in life. As long as she reads and she does the things that are necessarily fit for her to qualify things in her life that answers her problems in her natural world, and she can solve them with proper methodology, reasoning, and critical thinking, she will go far. If she leaves anything that any of your behavioral traits at home with you when she walks out your door, she will be the greatest daughter you've ever had. I am not speaking on your daughter in a negative light. So get out of your feelings.
I've never seen someone say this.
Now you hurt because I'm giving your child credit.
He ain't saying nothing negative.
Now stop speaking on my kid. How the
that was real positive, bro.
It was disrespectful. I just actually applauded your child because she is smart and intellectual.
Nah, you can't do that, bro. You ain't applauding her.
No go. Stop doing that, bro. Don't give her no encouragement and positive. You know what I'm saying?
Try to uplift my kids, nigga. What's
wrong with you, man? You tripping out here, Sean. You know you don't do that. You know you don't do that. You don't let nobody uplift your kids. What the hell you spit out of that sound? Crazy. You leave crazy people alone, man. Leave crazy people alone. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I got to get out. That's what I'm here. Leave crazy people alone. And apparently don't uplift people's kids. Don't do that because they think that you're trying to be sarcastic instead of being
I wasn't even I was being real. I was being real.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
But the way you trying to project how you want to be in
conversation I had. I mean, it ain't like I did not have a conversation with her. Like she read my book and she asked me questions and she wanted answers to different parts of the book, and she was reading it and asking me at the same time, meaning she was not distracted from what she was reading. She got right back to it, and then she was like, okay, I got another question. Okay, I got another question. Okay, I got another question. Because at the beginning of the book, when I talk about the use of cocaine and how it evolved and how it was used for this, that, and the third, she wanted to know why, right? They would stop using it if it was solving some of the problems. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to know it, but at the time they didn't know that it was addictive as it is, and and we had a conversation and explaining and going through all of that, and it was clear. There's nothing negative about that. I'm not speaking on your child, not in an ill way, a negative way, or anything like that. I'm speaking specifically to the direct conversation that we had and what type of person that she'll be in the future. And you can't get mad at that because that's really I'm actually giving you credit for doing a really good job with your daughter. So I know that you.
They ain't gonna see that. Ain't nobody gonna hear that.
I don't care what they see.
All they gonna hear. He spoke on her kids. Oh man, I can't. He out of line, man. That boy, they out of line.
Bring it, bro. But this is something that I. But here go the thing though. This is something that I said to her directly. Anything that I just said right here, I said it directly to her. Like,
you a real nigga. You a real nigga.
In the same conversation that I had with her daughter, like all of us was on the phone. Like this was one of them group chat calls, right? In the group chat, I said it to her daughter and her, both of them, because she had a daughter on speakerphone, and everybody was on the call listening to me and her daughter dialogue for like 30 minutes. And that is a fact. That is what the entertainment. What they gonna do? What any of them gonna do? They ain't gonna do nothing. But they gonna say something, make a video, come up with a song.
Son, so you saying you just repeated something that you already said directly to her and her child, and it was there any issue then?
Nah, it wasn't no issue. We wouldn't argue. We wouldn't odds.
Or whatever reason.
Yeah, we wouldn't at
She
odds.
just acting like she never heard you speak positively or mention her child. Even though I seen the Facebook post. I think I even shared it.
Yeah. You seen the Facebook. Oh, good way to bring that up, brother. You seen the Facebook post.
Cause now that you said that, I was like, oh, I remember the post. I seen that.
The picture of her, right? Where did I get the picture from?
Was it okay for you to do that? Was there a problem there?
Where did I get the picture from?
You would have had to have got it from her.
Right.
I would believe. I'm just assuming.
Because she put a little message on there, right? There was a quote on there, right, from her daughter, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
So I remember. I shared that. That. So yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
There was a quote on there. So I don't get it.
Now don't speak
that
on
was
the
whole act right there.
Look now you back you ready to fight.
Sense out of chaos, Travis.
Huh?
You trying to make sense out of chaos.
I'm just putting these pieces together, man. I see it's an interesting piece, interesting puzzle that we have.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me tell you something. This Travis nigga, stop speaking on me and what the fuck I'm trying to say and what I'm doing, because I ain't never in life said nothing bad about Sean
man, let me
and
tell
my
you something.
daughter. What I said, hold on,
I'm gonna
I
say
never said
whatever I
anything
choose,
bad
and you not gonna be able
about Sean
to
or my daughter. What I said was for him to stop saying that, because it was what he said before, which was not on here. Go get your daughter. Go get your daughter. People didn't know nothing about him having a conversation with her.
Yes,
they didn't know she read his book.
Yes,
no, listen to what I'm telling you.
I shared the post, so they
listen to what I'm telling you. The
people do know that.
Okay, so the people who were asking about that when you said that was like, why the fuck you keep talking about your daughter? Like, how old is your daughter? Why you talking about get your daughter?
Let's define
and so I'm saying no. I had to explain to them that no, he had a conversation with my daughter before because she read his book, and she asked him a bunch of questions about himself, the book, the information in the book. No, everybody doesn't know that. So when he's on the other team, he said, "Let me get." He said, "Give me." I'm not. He said,
"No. They asked about me.
That's already out of there on that anyway." Your daughter.
Hold on. They asked you about me.
Understand that.
They asked you a direct question about me.
When he so when he said that, they're trying to ask me why. I mean, you can think what you can make it sound worse if you want to. But I'm the mother. I'm the one talking. So I would think that the person that would clear that up the most would be me.
It was more than me and you on the phone call.
Yeah, it was me and you and Henry and somebody else.
Leo was on there, and it was
like four
me,
people,
you, Leo. It was me, you, Leo, your daughter, and somebody else.
Henry was on the call.
Yeah,
but that's not my whole group, nor is it everybody that knows me and you.
I'm not okay.
So listen to what I'm saying. When you said it when you said it, and you be trying to be facetious. I know you be joking and shit like that when you say it.
Did I not share the photo?
Yes, I gave it to you.
All right, thank you very much for that.
But everybody don't know that that's my daughter, Sean.
Hold on. But I don't care nothing about nobody else. If you know what you
I'm
just said,
telling you to stop doing something because of the way it is, and you're trying to accuse me of putting that on you when I am trying to tell you, hey, no, listen, don't be saying that shit. Don't do this, that, and the other. Instead, you want to turn it to some negative ass shit. That's y'all with the negativity. I'm not negative towards y'all.
I ain't turned nothing negative.
Well, Travis turned it negative.
So what did Travis say that was negative? Because Travis
you
just
fucked it up the
your
last time you
behavior
had the
and what I'm
conversation with
seeing.
her.
What'd you say?
You said y'all, and you're not listening.
I'm talking about the Travis shit.
I'm listening.
Now. Thank you. Go ahead, Travis. Speak your case, and then I'll go.
All I'm saying is what I'm observing. I'm giving observation, asking questions, getting clarification. So what did you talking about? I'm being negative. Please give me these negative. Run that shit down.
Okay, you sat here and tried to tell me I'm sitting in the audience. You like, oh, so you done said this stuff, you said this, and now she trying to act like you saying some negative stuff. He wasn't saying that right now. He just went into the statements about the daughter. What he first was just saying was, go get your daughter. Go get your daughter. I know he joking. I know what he's saying. I know he joking. But on the outside looking in, it looks weird. It sounds weird. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay, what did I say? What did you just say right now? What did I say that was negative?
Sound weird to weird people.
Right.
No, it was sound weird if you didn't never know that he even knew anything, knew her, talked to her.
I'm saying, hold on, you gonna come on here checking me. You don't have to tell me what you check. I'm just saying, you came on here live though, kid.
You gotta deal with the point we can't go. So Denise, before he responds to you, Denise, so you said that you know that I'm playing because I've said the same thing before to you when we was dealing with another subject matter, and then I said, go get your daughter because she the smart one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and I said that on a show, did I not?
Yeah, maybe when I did the Tuskegee thing, probably.
It was on Science with Sean. You're right. When you did the Tuskegee stuff, absolutely. So now, whoever takes that the wrong way just ain't following the dialogue. And I'll never speak ill will on your daughter because I think that she is smart as hell. And I've already said that. So I'm not going to apologize for complimenting what you've done with your daughter. Now, if they don't like it, then they can deal with me on their own merit. When they see me, they just need to know where I'm going to be because I'm going to be wherever I'm going to be. And I'm going to tell people where I'm going to be. I'm specific like that. And I don't back down and I don't run from no nigga. So it is what it is with that. And my policies
I understand that. I was just saying stop doing that because it didn't. Now you've explained it. So now you said somebody might understand it. But before that, no, it did. It looked weird. I had to keep explaining this shit. So I'm like, stop, don't do that. Stop.
Problem explaining
I wasn't saying that you were saying nothing bad. I know that you're not saying nothing bad. I know that you're playing. But outside looking in, other people who didn't know, they were confused.
If I was being negative, I would never imply such a thing. I would never bring that up. I would just focus on your forehead and them soup cores.
You know what? See?
Go ahead, Chase. That's when you really got smoked. This 2 shows in a row, you come on here mad at Chase.
Yes, because he tried to make it seem like I was saying something that
by doing what, Miss Lady? Please elaborate on what I'm doing.
By saying that's what I was implying. You literally said out your mouth that I was trying to make it seem like I ain't never heard this stuff from Sean. He ain't never said this and never did that. I did not never say that.
What does that imply? Stop.
You said I was trying to act as if I never heard this stuff from Sean before. That is what you said. You said I was trying to act as if this is
he acting like that? Like, because you are acting like you never heard it, you have a problem with it. Because I didn't hear anything negative that he said. I heard him uplifting your daughter. I don't understand why you have a problem with me telling you. I don't get that. A problem with me saying that uplifting your child is not a bad thing? Is that what you have an issue with?
Who said that I had a problem with it though?
Apparently you are coming on here cussing me out, telling me that you have a problem with what I'm doing.
I never said that.
Telling him.
You said I said that.
What?
I never said that. Yes. Putting words in my mouth and saying that I'm saying something that I'm not.
Denise, apologize, Denise. Apologize. Come on, apologize.
I'm not apologizing to shit. That nigga shouldn't have said that.
No, Denise.
No, Sean, he should not have said that because I never applied that.
You are acting. I didn't put no words in your mouth. I'm telling you, you acting.
Hold on,
right?
Chavis. Hold on. We finna get somewhere. Watch. Denise.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Apologize.
Say no, watch. I'm not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong.
Denise, apologize.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Just say you're sorry.
No.
Say you're sorry.
Because I cleared up what he said. No, because I wasn't trying to act as if you did something or said something inappropriate about my child.
Denise, well, we sorry.
I wasn't trying to say that. So Denise, I was just trying to clear that up with Travis.
Denise, we're sorry that you had to come on here and try to clear
something. For what?
Up. I just explained it. Now, are you sorry?
Don't try to. Okay.
Denise, are you sorry? You're not sorry?
No.
I know this is hard for you to do, but you can say it.
What do you want me to apologize for?
Just say you're sorry.
No.
Just say you equally sorry for the same thing.
For having to come on here and straighten up some people.
Denise.
Not even people. Because I wasn't trying to straighten up him. I was trying to straighten up what he was saying.
Denise, can you just say you sorry?
Yeah. For what? For hurt your feelings?
No. You didn't hurt my feelings. Can you say you sorry?
I didn't hurt your feelings.
Sute, it's hard as hell for
man. It's like pulling teeth.
Man.
For what? Because I'm not apologizing for anything. I didn't do anything.
And you just say you
What
sorry.
did I do?
You know that there was some stuff that you said, and even in the chat, there was some stuff that you said. Can you just say you apologize?
Okay, I may have been hurt.
Can you apologize? No. Can you apologize?
I apologize.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Clip that up.
Hell, hurry up. Clip that shit up.
I mean, what? It's a couple of them. You can clip a couple of apologies.
Yeah, we're gonna make a compilation.
I don't apologize for saying my yacht is a religion. Clip that. Clip
it. What we gonna do? We're gonna go on a compilation.
Man, y'all heard what you just said. Y'all heard what you just said, and I've been saying that shit this whole time. I've been telling y'all. Y'all heard what you just said.
Nah, say it again. What she say, Chave?
That's because y'all
not sorry for saying my aunt was a religion. She said she's not sorry, meaning it wasn't just that word.
I'm not.
So we changed it again.
I'm telling you. Again. I know I heard what I heard.
She changed it again. She went from my aunt was not a religion.
Even after the elaborate, you know what I'm saying?
You ain't got the elaborate
clarification you offered her in your own presentation that she did not do on her. Well, she partially did, but she smoothly omitted the parts that, you know what I'm saying, was in the first sentence, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay. Like I say, it don't take a rocket scientist to peep out.
What's the argument up? Yeah, she switched it up. You switched the shit up and you confused yourself too.
You done? Y'all done?
Look, yeah. Let me give you.
You're trying to put me in a corner again. What is it now?
Let me just tell you something. Let me tell you something. They are right.
Gave me a bunch of it. I didn't watch it all.
No. I need to say this while you're on the panel. Sutek and Chavis were right. I could have did something to your presentation that actually would have extracted everything out to show you where the flaws were in your argument. But I opted out of that to try to try to relate to your surface level.
I would have wanted to see that though.
No. It wasn't about you. See, when I would have rather see. When you're dealing with information, no, listen to me. When you're dealing with information, it ain't about you.
I'm saying, how else you gonna learn something?
You ain't trying to learn nothing. Because if you was trying to learn something, you would.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if you,
wait. So you understand that you're not trying to learn something? Is that what you just agreed to?
No.
And that's what you just said. See, you be doing a lot of saying stuff that you don't mean.
What Sutek was telling me was how to no. What Sutek was telling me was how to, like, basically how to kind of put it to, like, just do it, but not necessarily information, right? Not the information, but how to put it together. So how I can comprehend what he's saying to me is just how I did it. Now, I don't know what y'all look for in your little presentations. I mean, I've seen you guys do them, right? But yeah, if you were going to do one you were going to break my stuff up or whatever, how could I not learn from it? How can I not learn how somebody else sees my argument and how they could tear it apart if that's the case? That's how you learn how to build one.
I try to give you no.
Who gave me opportunity? Who's that?
Savage said he gave you the opportunity in his presentation to soak some game up, and apparently you thought it was mediocre. He saved you apparently.
You said what?
From what I heard, Sutek saying, like, what she said about it was like,
Sutek is right here.
That's what I'm asking her.
Yeah,
what she was saying about it, how it was, man, talking about how because I was saying he took it easy on you. That's what I said.
Oh yeah, I said the same shit. I said you took it easy.
I said the same thing.
And for that, she got an ego that boosted up her ego. Now she think niggas can't tell her shit.
It sure did. Yes, it did.
See?
Now you get the confirmation.
So how did you learn? How did you learn from that? And you having a backfire effect. You have a confirmation bias.
I learned from that one. If I watch this one and I see something different, because clearly he named this one something about methodology or something.
The first one
is something different though. So it's about no. It's about something different. And that I don't think that first one was. I didn't learn from the first one. I didn't.
Exactly. You know why?
No, I didn't.
You just admitted it. You just admitted it.
That's why I say he gave you the opportunity. And you didn't take no. You didn't take.
I didn't learn from the first one. I didn't hear nothing that was like you said something about the word. Just like now, you said something about the word religion. I had to relook at this one because I didn't really see this one all the way through either.
This all good. Well, look.
No, this ain't no Dunning-Kruger because I researched that and I gave my
stop.
Is it a backfire effect though? Have you researched that?
No,
I
mean I'm gonna look at this one and see what it say because I don't know what it say, but I know I got another presentation coming up.
Also, research backfire effect.
No, you don't have no.
Yes, I do. I got to do astrology.
You need Who looked over your presentation to make sure?
Nobody. I have to do astrology.
Fire Craig, bro. Fire that nigga Craig, man.
He didn't look at my stuff.
I'm blaming you, Craig.
Before I did it. Don't do that.
You the one said he looked over it.
Do you think it's a bad idea to let somebody look over it though? Can I ask a question?
But he didn't look over it. Huh?
Denise, is it bad to let somebody look over it before you present it? You feel like?
No. What the hell?
Okay. I'm just making sure. I'll judge.
As much as I don't understand how y'all be acting like that. As much as I done came on here and then said that I was wrong before, said I learned this, said I learned that.
Nah, but it takes forever though. You gotta beat you up.
You're gonna act like now that didn't happen. So that I don't
exactly
understand.
What Tavis said. Hold on, Denise. Listen to what
Tavis like now it never happened.
Listen to what Tavis just said. And
then they got to beat you into submission 3-4 shows, and then you get an apology.
Yeah, the backfire effect.
No, that's not true.
I put this in a presentation a couple years ago.
You put what in the backfire thingy?
Yeah, it's a cognitive bias that causes people who encounter evidence that challenges their beliefs to reject the evidence and to strengthen their support of the original stance. That's what you did. That's why they called it a backfire.
Well, actually, I didn't know. I didn't find anything contrary. I didn't find nothing that went contrary to what are you talking about?
Okay.
I mean,
with the religion, with are you talking about the mind thing, or are you talking about something else?
So you didn't find anything that would contradict your presentation in his presentation?
No.
Ooh.
So can somebody explain why that is?
Because what he did
looking
was
at it right there.
The end of all of his, he cherry picked. Hold on, because he had definitions of religion that it fit into, and then because they said that it wasn't a consensus of it, he threw away the entire definition.
No, because you didn't understand. You didn't have no legs.
So therefore, I'm not taking it that. You can't.
No. Definitions are not facts. Definitions are not facts.
You're right, they're not.
And I said that in the presentation.
Okay, but if I'm telling you that I feel like it's a religion based on these qualifications.
There you go. You feel like it. You feel
yes,
like
and I said that.
But that's your interpretation.
Based on these qualifications, okay, and so then you unqualified tell me to make qualifications. The girl that you made that up, I don't even care if it came from every definition of religion or whatever, but that's not what you did. What you said was ain't no such thing as religion. Well, it is a such thing as religion, Christianity, but not other stuff. Like, come on, Sean.
The key words is you felt like, and I disqualified your feelings.
But you
because
didn't
there's no place for feelings in scholarship.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is this: that you did not sit here and say, okay, this is a religion, but this isn't. If there's a such thing as Christianity being a religion,
Sean, is not on me. Is that's what you're not understanding?
I know that. What I'm saying is this: if you're going to say that.
I didn't have to disprove anything because you didn't prove anything.
Okay. And that's what you want to roll with.
You said that you did this research.
You got it. You got it. All right. Mm-hmm.
You know, you read that the 42 negative confessions was supposed to be spoken by the dead, by the deceased. Did you catch that? When you read it, because it was in your slides.
Yes, that was part of it being religious.
Dude, deceased people read?
You don't understand the problem with that?
It's the afterlife, and therefore, what I'm saying is that they hold these laws in life for the afterlife.
So you don't see the
problem.
So
you abide by it, so that in the afterlife you'll be able to.
That is not how that works. That is not how that works.
Okay.
Even in your okay, so now I cleared you up on that because I kept saying the words morality and ethics. I kept saying morality and ethics. Dead people can't read.
Dead people can't do a goddamn thing except be dead.
I'm trying to understand your point here.
The point is they couldn't read the Radu Parith Heru if they dead, sweetie. Do you understand that?
Well, duh. We know they
did. So how could it be? Oh my goodness.
Because it's a belief.
So because it's a belief, is that qualified as a religion?
Hold on. Here go another one. The Radu Parith Heru wasn't even for everybody.
Okay.
It was only, and I said this before, it is only for the elites. So the whole scene that you're referring to, or the spell that you were referring to in your argument, can't be a religion. It don't
Why
even
not?
it ain't even refer. Okay, because there was no.
and apparently the Jewish religion is only for
let me help you out.
Israelites.
So based on your
But
definitions, hold on.
still, they're gonna do it.
Hold on. Based on your definitions of religion, the declarations of innocence doesn't fall and doesn't meet any criteria of the definition of religion. Now, when you deal with ma'at, right? When you deal with ma'at, you still are falling short because there was no cult of ma'at in ancient Kemet, meaning she was not deified, in a sense, venerated, or worshipped. She didn't even have a damn temple. But let me say this. There were other deities who were worshipped and had cults. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so your
he was still
argument,
a goddess, though.
I ain't gonna give a damn about none of that. Your argument in its entirety was flawed.
I'm saying, even in the goddess ideal, like it's a person, like you said yourself, it was anthropomorphic and it's personifying something. That's a concept. You get what I'm saying? That's not just because it's a concept, that doesn't necessarily equate it to a religious concept. It's a philosophical concept because it's obviously ingrained in their society, and it has more than one meaning. And you know what I'm saying? It's polysemic, and it's homonyms. You can use it like it's more than just the goddess image way. It transcends what you're trying to box it into. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
You gonna get this work. You gonna get this work, nigga. I killed you. Hold up. You gonna get this work.
That nigga's stupid.
That's so wrong, yo.
That was you. Still, nigga, like I killed you on the stage getting murdered.
Oh my God, something wrong with y'all. Okay, y'all done now.
It's all in love though, but you just gotta learn how to accept critique. This shit is not personal.
I didn't have a problem with critique of the work. Y'all went after people.
You did
channels,
critique of the work.
All kinds of stuff. No, if I did, I would have made it. I would have really just went straight live and started bashing Sean and Science with Sean, all that shit. I didn't do that.
No. Let's get some straight.
Sean,
I didn't do that.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I said y'all. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sean. Everybody do that.
Sean went after people.
And you did.
Sean attacked the information age page, which is science.
Whatever, you don't know that.
It's yes. Do you want me to play every?
I didn't ask you for a recap.
I didn't see some pseudo stuff on there. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna say it again. These niggas was debating with lions and tigers, panthers. Like that's the shit they going back and forth on.
No,
it's entertainment though, man. It's entertainment.
Man. You know? That wasn't the Panther debate. The Panthers. Well, I don't know. It was Panther and Panthera.
What? Y'all debating shit like that?
It was Panthers and Panthera. Thing.
Man, hold on. Okay, y'all keep talking.
Yeah, it was they Panthers. I don't know. I forgot, but I know it was that Panther and Panthera.
You forgot, but you know it wasn't what I said. Okay.
She's like, why? Is there anything else that y'all have to say?
Whoever
I'm doing a presentation about astrology though, so there's that.
You keep saying that, bro. Just
when can we look? When is that coming up? When can the streets get that?
I don't even know yet. That's a extensive research project.
Yeah, I bet.
It's taking me longer.
It's taking her longer because she disqualified her
Damn
belief system.
boomerang dagger like a
you know what? I'll tell you that I did and if I kind of got to take what you guys put out for like religion, right? And like kind of go back over because the qualifying checklist I had, it would have disqualified it. But so I have to do my research into it.
So you trying to change the definition, your definition of religion?
Well, I have to find a better definition for religion.
So would this better definition of religion disqualify your previous presentation on?
I don't think it would. But if it would, then I would just have to retract my statement. I have no problem with that.
Okay, so you got to pick one or the other. Gotcha. See that, what they say? Lions, tigers, and jaguars, panthers. This is what the niggas. I'm not making shit up.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Was it Panthers?
Yeah,
I knew it was because the debate ended up being over Panther or Panthera.
Why is y'all debating shit that y'all can Google in less than like? This y'all, come on, bro.
They disagree on.
Listen, bro.
The Panther and Panthera, and they Googled it, and they called the zoo, and they did the Smithsonian. I think they called a bunch of stuff. Called it in for that.
Y'all
debate.
Put that shit on that channel.
They do on the spot. They do on the spot debates.
That was
a debate.
Man, that wasn't no
debate. What they want to debate. Like we're not trying to prove that we college graduates and we doing everything else. They wanted to debate that, so they debated it.
Debate. They ain't even have no sources. They ain't bring each other's. They ain't go back and forth. They ain't read each other's.
That. It was crazy.
They ain't do no literature review. They did a quick Google search call. That shit is not on debate, man. That's crazy. We've been in school.
Yeah.
That's why I take shots at them boys.
I understand that, Sean, but you try to take shots at the
whole channel.
Everybody else in there.
These niggas
no, it's not. Everybody is not about to just come out. Sometimes it's a way to learn. I learned a lot of stuff from people debating.
You could have Googled that though in 2 minutes and been over with it.
The thing is, okay, yeah, sometimes, but some people don't understand that. If you have some kind of formal education, right, you probably learned all of this stuff quick, easy, and it could jog your memory. But some people ain't that far, didn't get there, don't remember, don't know. And so, therefore, it's a debate for them. If they're on a different level than you, they're on a different level than you.
Everybody got a smartphone, though.
Type the question. They don't remember that.
You know who y'all remind me of? The big kids that go to the little kids like, you ain't smart. What's 100 times 100? And you know they ain't there yet. But you want to get mad because they
themselves as the big kids, though.
It don't matter. It don't matter. They are.
That's a whole dynamic you ignoring. You ignoring the fact that they're trying to play a role that they can't play. They not
at
there.
The top of where they are, though.
That's cool where they are, but they pretending to be somewhere else.
They need to shut up and learn.
Get them niggas
they need to quit arguing and listen and learn, Denise. Then once they learn something, then apply what they learned. And then therefore they can start having more meaningful discussions to hash out their differences so that it can advance the subject matter.
Well, the subject matters can be advanced when people learn certain things.
Denise,
sometimes it might just be practice of debate skills.
Y'all teaching each other how to use y'all smartphones. That's what y'all saying. That was going on in there.
No,
I'm just saying what I'm listening to, man.
But it can still be okay if you have an argument like that. It can teach you how to debate. You can still learn different things from that. Despite you feeling
clearly
like
they're not learning how to debate. Clearly, we
I
have.
don't like talking to y'all for real.
I'm just saying. That's a smartphone. That's a quick Google. We don't have, nobody has to argue because now one of us know, right? Nobody knows. We're arguing. We believe. So let's see what Google says. Let's find us a credible source and go from what is it at? Okay, it's not. Or yes, it is. It's that simple. You don't got
okay. So then, when you got a question like, so what's the credible source? How do you know?
That's a whole nother topic.
What's this? That okay, right? So, but y'all will be like, oh, they this, they that. Why is you learning that? Because you around somebody that don't know.
No.
But how you gonna take a whole? How you
but
gonna
a lot
take
of
what
them
I just
don't
said
know. They don't know.
And
Everybody was talking crap.
to a whole nother topic. I'm talking about. That's crazy.
Is the Bible a primary
source?
It's
how you do that too, man.
Is the Bible a primary source?
Listen to me. Hell no, it ain't. We try to give everybody an opportunity to learn how to qualified sources.
You really just what's the first sentence in the Bible? Let's start there. Are those primary? Who was there? Let's go. Let's start. Let's start. Let's go. You asked this question that's opening Pandora box.
No, I'm not. I don't think that. I'm not a Bible believer. But what I'm saying is that
I hope not.
What I'm saying is that was a question before. And people were trying to qualify it as a primary
Did you ask that question? Did you help them in their journey and ask them, okay, well, let's see if it's a primary. Let's start in Genesis.
That must have been a debate.
No, it was just a question. But that's what I'm saying. When you have questions like that, y'all arguing over.
Wake up and debate rather than put sugar or salt and pepper in grits, nigga.
Yeah, it's sugar better or no, man, sugar better. Sugar better. I said that.
Debate a nigga on that.
You know what? No, that is not.
No, how you gonna debate that, man? That's a preference, man. That's not a fact, man. We're supposed to be debating facts, not our beliefs. We out here, y'all debating opinions.
Nigga, they will debate, nigga, the
anything.
Or turkey sausage, nigga.
Man. Come on.
Okay, so okay. First of all, y'all are not debating or debaters, so back up. No, okay. Nobody can bring y'all.
Everybody will debate somebody.
Okay, so
you don't want to see us debate though, because we know how. Just because we don't, that don't mean that
y'all don't do it. So stop.
Man, Sean already out here beat up. Sean did not already drug people.
Sean always think he dragging somebody.
We don't got time to be arguing stupid shit with people that's not gonna listen anyway.
Not gonna listen. Oh,
that's why we do these videos. Okay. So if you do want to listen and you miss it, you can go back and you can listen. But we're not gonna argue with you about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna argue with what you believe, how you feel about it. That's a waste of your. It's nice to hear to get the feedback. How do you feel about it? Okay, thank you for that. And then we move on because that's what your opinion, and you shouldn't even be arguing that. That's not how you debate. You don't debate opinions. That's just banter.
You do. Like if you debate an ethical situation, if you debate are stem cells,
you're debating facts.
Good or not?
You got the facts.
Okay, right. That is two different sides to that. So you can debate that, and it don't matter. It's still which way do you sway. So it's some negatives and it's some positives to it. But you can argue either point.
Denise, why are you always trying to justify the ignorance?
I'm saying you can't.
No, stop. Why do you always try to justify the ignorance among the sheep? You have a flock of sheep.
I'm just.
No. Why are you trying to justify it?
She's trying to, champion.
Better. She's calling her herd. She is.
Oh my goodness.
You created.
I am gonna protect them. That's my.
You are creating
ancestral motherly genes kicking in and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? She got to protect.
These are grown people, bro. Some of them supposed to have relationships.
Them niggas is arguing about Panthers and stuff, bro. Nah, come on, man.
That's not nobody in my group that's arguing about Panthers. That is not none of my people.
It was on y'all channel.
Not none of my people. That was a dumb debate to me. So
that's what happens though when you're rocking with people that's not. You know what I'm saying?
Those are not my people. I don't support that. So no.
Was that your channel? Was that your channel?
Henry was on there.
Yes, it was on our channel.
Okay.
Henry ain't your people.
Henry is, but Henry wasn't part of that debate.
Shit, Henry part of all the
And
stupid
when he
shit.
was wrong with you, I said that he was wrong.
Mm-mm.
You ain't tell him he was wrong the other day when he was all in the chat.
Yep.
I didn't see
You
him.
just said that.
I was just talking shit. I wasn't looking at what nobody was saying.
We know you was just talking shit. That's
Shut up,
evident.
Sean. Oh, you know what?
I know
you
when
done?
you talking shit.
Are y'all
They don't know
done?
when you talking shit, but I know when you're talking shit because I know when you got some straightening, you shut the fuck up and then you try to act like you didn't get that straightening, so then you start talking shit. And when you got that straightening, that's what you start doing. You shut up for a little while, then you came back and then you start talking shit. And then that's how I
There's
knew.
no straightening going
Classy
on.
female.
There's not no straightening going on.
Okay. You
Not
got some
that day.
straightening.
I got it before, but not that day.
Nah, you got it multiple times. You got it recently,
But
but
not
your
that
ego won't
day.
let you do it because we already talked about that problem that you got.
I don't have one.
Okay. Let me put the video clip evidence together because I didn't got you documented.
Don't put no video clip evidence nowhere. How was
We
you
already got a
already
compilation coming. Coming
Nice.
soon. We dropping that bitch on live mixtapes.
Remember you said you was gonna make that song? You remember that? You try to talk about you was gonna make a song.
I am
Well,
gonna make a song. It's gonna
we got a
have
compilation.
y'all names in it. All
And
of
we
you.
got a
Go ahead.
compilation.
All three of
Go
y'all.
ahead. I'm put my name and shit.
Exactly.
I'm going to the yo.
We can't wait.
Go
We can't
ahead.
wait for
dang,
you to drop
you.
it.
See, that's not
Watch
fair,
it.
Sutek.
We finna go get
I
a
don't
beat
think
by
that's
Kofi
fair.
Pasa.
I say you don't want
Yeah, we
no
got the
smoke
producer
with us.
on
You got a
deck.
whole producer on deck that's gonna come with a fire beat. You're gonna put some diss records, some diss verses together.
Okay.
No, you don't want no
I'll find
smoke.
a fire
man.
beat.
Nigga,
It's
guess
on.
what?
I'm
We gonna
definitely
do like
put
Tupac
y'all
and
in
put
the
a
song.
You gonna be at the hood.
put a clone.
Kofi,
in
you
it.
hear that, Kofi? Get it ready. Get the exclusive beats, Kofi. Get the exclusive was ready. See playing.
Sutek.
Thank
Denise is gonna be in the hook, bro. She gonna be at the beginning of the song, in the hook,
She gonna be
and
on her
That's
own
not
diss record.
right.
the whole record, bro.
You don't know that boy Kofi will loop you up. You don't know that boy loop you up. How you sounding real nice. Trying to tell you.
Yeah,
You gonna be bobbing your head to yourself.
There is
We
no
ain't gonna have
consensus
nothing.
on the term. That's where we gonna play the hook. We gonna loop that motherfucker.
He gonna loop that on. He gonna slow it down, chop it and screw it, everything,
This
man.
is the consensus does not mean everything.
What?
It does not mean everything.
Oh, okay. You're right. I agree.
Been watching some Massey and some Signs for Sean and some Kofi Pasta TV, huh?
Yeah, she be watching it. She just ain't been saying that in the comments no more.
She in the bushes. She in the back. You know,
I
watching.
always say stuff in the comments when I watch. I'm not scared of y'all.
Nobody said you
scared.
All right, so I'm gonna put my comments in. What you gonna say?
You ain't gotta be scared to get your ass whooped.
eat the shell, bro.
I ain't never seen a nigga that had, you know, it
Have
had
you
to
ever
be
seen
scared.
dude eat the lobster shell, bro? He eating a whole shell. This dude just took a whole bite of a lobster, bro. The
Man, we're
shell.
talking about lobster.
You are talking about a lobster.
It's Baltimore, Boston.
We need to get up over here, kid. We talking about lobsters and
Have
shit.
a good day.
I'm listen. I ain't even. He in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I ain't even listening to Denise no more, bro. Because once she said what she said, the cap came out. We all got lined up. This whole little part where we get her back on the panel, and we, you know what I'm saying, we get her to apologize, and then iron out everything else. She told us everything that we needed
Why
to know.
you say
bro.
we?
She cussed me out though. She ain't apologized for cussing me
You
out.
say we, y'all.
So
I
I
got
can't wait.
cussed in, you know what I'm saying? My wife cussed me out all the time.
It's all personal.
You ain't about to stress me
It's all personal with her. She was personal all night in the chat. You know what I'm saying? She been waiting to try to argue.
I've been here all night. I didn't even get here to the end.
Oh, you ain't been here all night, but we been on live 10 hours.
He said that. We were like 5 hours. First he said 4, 5.
Cause somebody in the chat said that. Well, they said 10 hours.
Somebody said that shit.
Nah, we only been on here.
Yeah,
for
they
3
did. They said something
3
like
hours
10 hours for 15
Them
minutes.
niggas
It's
been
not
on,
posted
niggas
for.
been on 14 hours on Garfield channel. Niggas ain't even been live. Garfield. All
We got
Okay.
niggas out here doing 24-hour shows. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I could.
They out here.
We've
You know,
had 24-hour calls, not shows though.
shit.
Yeah, nah,
I've
she
been
said
doing
they had
24 hours.
24 hour calls. Nobody.
Crazy as
They
hell.
be on the phone all day. You can go to sleep and wake up, and then people still be on their little phone breathing and shit. They ain't got no evidence.
Have a good day.
Trash,
Bye,
bro.
Kofi Pie Side people.
Got a whole
Yeah, the
group of
people you said like boring shit.
yeah.
They do.
did
Well,
say
I can't say because they like it when I come on
Nah, they don't.
and
Oh,
argue
my
with
They
y'all.
don't. Our views went down. We was at like 19
I
before you
didn't.
came
Nope,
out.
nope,
We
nope,
lost.
nope,
We
nope.
lost
Ah,
like
nope,
100
nope,
people.
nope, nope. I seen them. I saw them.
We
Yeah.
already only get 100 views, so
So
that's
they
you
might
fucking
like
our
it
shit
for
up.
y'all to argue with people.
They
Maybe
was like,
they
man,
like it when
this
you
is moving
school
slow,
people.
man.
It might seem like it's a better learning experience when you teaching somebody
No.
live.
No,
Yes,
they already
because
done
your
lied.
numbers with me is higher.
You
Boom.
keep on saying that, dude. Nigga, no.
It's
Yeah,
because
that's her opinion,
you're more
man.
interested. It's not me. It could be
You
anybody. It could be
You have
another
to
No.
give
person.
her
It could be
opinion, man.
whoever
No.
that new
You
guy
can't
is that you was
differentiate
just
that.
yelling about. What was his name? Brandon or
Not
something?
true.
Whoever
I
the
did a
new guy
whole
is, he
presentation
could
with
get on
nobody
there.
on it.
You watching, huh?
True.
I watch y'all shit.
Okay, you just be silent.
No, I
She
don't.
said she do
I think
comments.
I said something on there.
No, you don't.
I didn't say
Okay.
no because you
Share the
deleted
shows,
it.
though.
Whatever
you
that
don't
one
share the
video
shows,
was,
though.
you deleted it. It did it again or something.
I didn't delete it.
Well,
Because
whatever it was, I watched the
the
one
video,
and it wasn't there no more.
the video that I played on there from that slow ass dude got the channel strike, so I had to appeal it. I ain't gonna win the appeal.
Okay.
The video pseudo. I can't get around the video being pseudo. I can't get around that. That's one I ain't gonna win. They gonna win that shit.
It did go off.
But yeah, man, we gonna end this thing, man. She talking about she gonna do this little astrology presentation, and you know what I'm saying. She gonna do it on the channel over there with a, you know what I'm saying.
Where the pseudos reside.
If I do it over here, y'all gonna jump me.
No, you can do it over. We gonna jump you on the after party.
Yeah, we're gonna be
You got Mike.
we're gonna be quiet and we're gonna listen. We're gonna take notes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get no disturbance, no distractions.
I told her that she don't want to believe it. She don't believe me for some reason. Everything is like I'm some type of sneaky spy type of nigga.
You are. I believe it.
It's like
That's a supercoolology.
PSD or some type of Stockholm syndrome. Like, I don't know. I'm like, she got some issues. She must have been treated that way. But I don't know.
Look.
Zane, she said astrology is a religion. So we back to this religion.
Right, but then
I said them both at the same time. It's just that since I was actually part of an actual religion, it was a little easier.
Her presentation disqualified her current claim. Her last presentation disqualified her current claim. So she has to find another definition that qualifies her other claim.
Wait, so you saying she got to do some more cherry picking? Is what you're saying?
Yes. I didn't cherry pick for that. I made it up. So whatever.
Looking for a definition to justify.
So you made it up.
Yeah,
I'd rather you cherry pick than make it up.
I took from all the definitions.
That's cherry picking,
them
bro.
together.
I talked exactly.
It's representative of every definition.
I know you cherry picking.
That's not cherry picking. When leaving out some and bringing some and leaving some out.
You didn't bring out all 17 definitions of
But
religion.
the thing is that yes, but I did not show them all, and I didn't read them all. Like, why would I do that?
In your conclusion, though, you left that out, which is would
She didn't have no
conclusion.
Her conclusion was based on the one argument of an anthropologist who was being critiqued.
No, it wasn't.
by
My
an
conclusion was I did not put the qualifying markers up there. So what are you talking about? That was just
your qualifying
markers. Qualifying markers
were
cherry picked. They were cherry picked.
My qualifying markers was all of it. It was basically all 17 put together.
It's not a conclusion. It's
Okay,
not a conclusion.
Sean. All
Because
right.
But how is it all of them together and there's no consensus again? Oh, wait a minute. See, this is where you be saying stuff and I be like, wait.
I put them all together, so no, they don't. Some of them said worship, some of them didn't. Some of them said a holy temple, some of them didn't. Some of them said like that.
So you cherry picked them. It's okay. You did.
Denise, your qualifiers did not support
overgeneralize what you're saying.
Of innocence being a religion. Remember, your claim is that the Declaration of Innocence was religious.
Yes, it did. It did.
No, it didn't.
It did okay. Sean, we disagree.
Do you want me to show you what you put on the slide?
No.
It said my eye
I'm
on
sure
the slide.
you did it a few times.
Declarations of Innocence.
I understand what you're saying. I disagree with you.
How, nigga? It's your slide.
Based on what?
Okay, but I'm saying I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying I understand what you're saying, but I just disagree with you. I understand your stance. I just don't agree with your stance because you want to disqualify religion and qualify it as African spirituality.
No, I don't know.
I'm saying that is a religion.
I never made that claim. I don't even believe in African spirituality. That's some made up shit too.
It is.
Yeah,
like religion.
So I'm not even vibing with no African spirituality. That's some bullshit. Some niggas over here put together.
Okay, well, yeah, it doesn't qualify.
And then the American part trying to give it credence. African American spirituality, that's what that bullshit is. I ain't going with that. So now, back to what I was saying. Your qualifiers was not qualifiers. And you did not and listen, your claim is that the Declarations of Innocence was a religion. You put my claim qualifiers, not Declarations of Innocence.
Huh?
You argued that exactly. You argued that shit so poor. You don't even know how poor.
You talking about at the end? When I said my claim qualifier? Yeah, because I was just saying my as the. I mean, I gotta write out the whole
thing.
You
said my with no religion. You said my was no religion. You said my eye was not
what
a
I'm
religion.
saying is,
you said my eye is a goddess. You said my eye is not a religion.
It's not
My eye
religion,
is a
right?
goddess.
I didn't say that.
That's what you said. So how the fuck are you qualifying my eye as a religion?
I was because that's just what I named the claim. Like, damn, Sean, I gotta write it all out.
You used it as
in one of your slides. in your slide that had the qualifiers on it, you said
I know you're talking about the last
qualifier.
one that said my claim qualifiers or whatever.
Right.
But I just said, yeah.
But it wasn't just that. You went back and forth from the 42 negative confessions to my eye in your presentation in general.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay. I get it.
See, I gotta bring you on live to be able to tell you this stuff.
No,
I get it now.
No. You can call. You don't do that. You want to yell at me in voice clips.
This shit, man. She don't listen to text.
Okay, I understand. I understand that part. So you're saying the argument itself, the way I argued it was flawed because I didn't it was the laws and the goddess, like basically went back and forth instead of sticking to just the laws by itself or just the goddess itself. Okay.
Oh, now you're trying to act like you get it.
No, I didn't understand that before he just said that. What y'all was saying, like, oh,
but we've been saying that. Even in what I did, it was said.
You could have just said that.
I did.
Nah, I didn't hear that. You clip that. You want to be clipping something? Clip you saying that?
No, I'm going to clip all of this and your apologies together. So apologize.
DJ sounds in that motherfucker. I'm telling you.
Apologize.
No.
Apologize.
For what?
No. You're being truthful right now. Apologize.
For what?
Be a keeper of my eye right here on the show.
Or why
not?
Do nothing? I'm
you
not
was wrong. Why would you not apologize?
Okay.
You were wrong.
I wasn't wrong. I argued it.
You was flawed.
My argument
was flawed. So you was wrong.
Okay, so can you say that you fucked up with that? You messed up.
But my argument was flawed. Yes. I can see where the flaws in the argument and that I did. Yeah, I didn't argue it.
That's probably good as it's gonna get right now. That's as good as it's gonna get right now. So I'll accept it.
She just don't like telling the truth, man. She fucked up.
Nah, I could tell the truth. I'm not apologizing to you.
Apologize.
No, what the fuck is up with you in that? No. I'm leaving. I am going to
you gonna apologize.
Off of this
you're going to apologize.
Before I apologize again. I'm not apologizing again. I already did.
You already apologized.
Take the one from earlier and apply it to this.
No. I don't know what you said earlier.
Clip it.
I ain't clipping shit. Apologize, nigga. That what you do. Apologize. Come on. We listening? That nigga Tyson going in. I need to clip his toenail wisely. You gonna be mad, a motherfucker.
Yeah, so you fucked up on that.
Oh, is that this one? I don't know how this swings.
My aunt is not pleased.
Man, what?
Fucking up your service.
Right. We tried to tell her ass before she even did any of that bullshit, but she just didn't want to listen. She want to do her own thing. Want to be hard-headed and trying to argue with somebody.
Cussing niggas out.
Yep. Man, I'm going to end the stream, man. I've been on way too damn long, bro. I came on here for the smoke, though. I was trying to see if she was going to be bold enough to tell her people, let's go over here and hop on the show. And I had some shit for that.
They wasn't in there. You have to plan that.
I ain't gonna lie to you. And I wanted to say
it's in there all the time. What you talking about?
Right. It's all they do. Sit on motherfucking ass. Listen.
All right, well, they wasn't in there today, so.
I had something for Craig. I really wanted Craig on here too.
He's at work.
You want to do all that caping and capping and shit for your motherfucking sorry ass shit. I was gonna bust his motherfucking head wide open. I won't get that nigga nowhere.
You not.
And I drive to Memphis and embarrass him. Hit the live button.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, okay.
Have a good night, you guys. Don't
tell us to have no good night.
I was talking to other people, not y'all. Y'all can have whatever kind of night you want to have.
You just lied to us.
Y'all always jumping on me, so.
Nah. You feel it too.
You like
problem. Go on to bed, auntie.
Right. Goddamn motherfucking super saver pseudo. Super saver pseudo. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. I can't edit your name. Yes, I can. Can I edit her name?
No. Don't interrupt my name.
Don't do what?
Are you done being mysterious?
Do what?
Really? There's something wrong with y'all.
Nah. That nigga ready to fit that. That nigga put you on full screen.
Why would you do that? Like, what's wrong with you?
He full screen got the same suit on. She saved. She's another day. Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, nigga. See, it's a real shit out here, man. Look, man, listen. I can't make this shit up, bro.
Yes, you did. Hey, you definitely made it up, bro.
The longer you leave me on some shit, the more I'm gonna be in your head. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Done.
The longer you leave me on some shit. Kofi didn't put in the whole presentation.
I'll do a whole nother I'm gonna do another presentation.
Say what? What you say?
Being a religion.
My bad. Hey man, look, I just got one more thing to say, bro.
That nigga beat me too.
That's why you ain't got no dang on friends. This is why. You wanna know why you don't have friends? This is why.
That's it. That's it. Say left. Say left. There's nothing else.
He is punch drunk. Go to sleep. What is wrong with you?
One more time.
We modulate.
Who does this?
My reader like racist. They want to be saved and see how you're saving them.
Cape on and all.
I have not saved any pseudos.
You out here saving stuff.
You get a whole chat.
He can stay wherever he wants. No, because he just be talking crap. But if you actually had,
I already told you I'm saying what I want. I already said it.
Yeah, but if you actually had like an actual something to say to people, okay, so I would just tell them to do presentations.
They can't present nothing. They don't know how.
They feel it's
struggle. They feel it's
nigga struggle.
Mm-hmm. They don't even know how to. Yeah, man.
What is wrong with y'all?
You want to be saved? It was somebody would save us.
Oh, okay.
It was somebody would save us.
Clip that shit.
Like that.
Clip that shit. Captain Save a suit out, nigga. Shit, she in the building.
Running center featuring. You gotta change the title.
Yeah, I gotta do that. I gotta change the title.
Featuring Captain Save a suit up.
This nigga ain't shit.
He working, they gonna get to me like you're shirt a little bit, man.
Remember, we boring. Remember, we boring. We boring. Remember, we boring.
Okay, are you mad about that?
No,
we boring.
You is boring sometimes.
Yeah. I'll be whatever. Captain Save a suit out. Captain Save a suit out. I'll be that.
Cause like you take that out of context. It's okay.
I wanna be saved. I wanna be saved.
Why does he have this readily available like this?
We're gonna clip the you talking,
hey,
trying to play
come on, you gotta play that.
Clip
You gotta,
that up,
hey, put
like
that as
the
the
dude
music.
talking at the end.
You gotta cue that up every time she come on the show. You gotta play that. That's gonna be your introduction music.
Theme music.
You know what I'm saying? When she do her presentation, that's how she gonna come on. You know what I'm saying?
That dude right there, we gonna clip her.
Oh my God.
saving the pseudos at the end so she could be dude.
Dude at the end talking. Yeah.
Mhm.
You want to get your nails done? You can get your nails and your hair done.
Girl, we can go
Yeah.
feed and clothe them kids.
You know what?
Yeah, we gotta make sure that everybody see this because it's a real shit right here.
Why?
Yeah, it's real shit. Yeah, put that shit up
Why
there.
can't they give y'all controls? Like for what?
What you mean? What you mean? Shit. This our shit. We can do whatever we want.
You should be able to name people. I'm complaining.
Hey. Let's see how loud or how far they go. But right now, you have to save a pseudo.
I'm not gonna be Captain Saber Pseudo the next time I venture on to one of your
You don't have a
lives.
choice right now. Right now,
He
you got
was gonna say that name.
Right. The name is saved.
I didn't screenshot it. I screenshotted this whole segment.
That's funny as fuck. Oh
Yeah.
shit. That shit is
It's
tough.
okay. Go ahead and come on my show.
Uh-oh.
I got you.
Uh-oh. I ain't going though. I'll go over there anyway. Yeah, that be Sean who check over there.
He's gonna be debating on what's the best cereal.
Right.
No, he claims he want to smoke, so he claims.
What's Sean gonna be? What's he gonna make Sean name?
Huh?
She can't make no name for me.
What you gonna make? What you gonna make Sean name and what you gonna make Sutek name when they go over there?
She can't make no name for me.
I already got a name. Sutek. I don't know. Sutek is annoying.
Right.
Nobody more annoying than Captain
Tweet
Saber.
it with T-Pain. Sutek.
You locked in over here though, right now. You Captain
T-Pain.
Saber Pseudo.
Oh,
You gotta get me to come over there for me to be that. You Captain Saber Pseudo right now.
You're not
Right
going
now,
to
it's
come over there,
documented.
Sutek, because you just be mean. You can't.
We on video right now. You Captain Saber Pseudo.
With the music in West Africa.
Don't be keep on playing that music.
We gonna make that we gonna make a video for you and everything, man. We gonna have your intro video so when you do your presentation, man.
Don't do
You'll have
that
your
to me,
music.
Zane. That is not cute. They are not funny.
And then we gonna like while you doing your presentation, we gonna have the instrumental playing in the back. For real. You know,
But I'm not saving the pseudo doing a
yes,
presentation.
you will.
I'm not.
Yeah, baby.
What?
Get your nails done, get your hair done.
Oh my god.
Square business.
I'm trying to make goddamn clips and
Once you fall right though, I can turn on the mic.
Nigga's an idiot.
In the face.
Child.
Your package still.
Sean gonna do the voiceover.
I don't care. That's dumb.
What's up? You want to get your nails done? Come on, let's go down the league to Kim's Nails. Yeah. We get your nails done, get your hair
You're
done.
an idiot.
Watch your
That's
kids.
all you, Sutek.
That's
Why
cool.
would you put a frame on his name?
We get to go
Don't
down
do
to
that. I don't even know who you are.
Once your phone turned on, I can turn on the mic. Like, we get your cellular phone and a page. We get that
And a
package deal and cellular one. Baby, I'm here for you. I got you.
You got the hardest intro on YouTube right now. I already see it.
Damn.
Somebody got to go back. Hold up. Let me go back and clip that shit. Let me mute my mic. Let me clip that shit. Yeah. She done left, goddamn. Captain Saber suit
Nah,
on.
we still gonna be acting up. I just put the screenshot of you on Summer Jam in the back chat. Kofi already laughing back there. You got theme music now.
Soon as she come on, hit the music. Everybody, that gotta be a thing. I gotta put that in the music thing on there.
Yeah,
So
you gotta put that in on the clip.
yeah, you gotta make
Ready.
it so she can have her intro. So we already know who in the building, what's going on, who getting saved. We already know. You might well end this whole boy.
I'm finna end it. How I'm trying to goddamn. I need to clip that pseudo shit. I'm finna go and do that right now, goddamn. All right, man. We'll hit y'all up, man. We appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Y'all enjoy y'all evening, man. Well, a night. Goddamn, it's 2. Peace out. Hold on, before we end, y'all. Hold up. Before we end it.
So,
Why would you change my name like that? It's so stupid. It said that when I came in. Stop doing that.
I told you it's gonna save like that. It's gonna save. You play the theme music when you came back.
Yeah, you gotta play it. You tripping. There you go. Hey, what's happening, Captain Simon?
Yeah,
In the building.
Lucky I can't change your picture.
I can just show you something.
Why would you do that?
40 water. Because you out here saving them. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't save nobody.
Man, you saving them too, though.
What's up? You want to get your nails done? Come on, let's go down to the league to Kim's nails. Yeah.
My chat is not pseudo.
Your hair done? What about your kids? How many kids you got? 2? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we can go feed and clothe some kids. Yeah, baby, I'll do anything for you. Want your phone right now? I can just sell you a phone and a pager. Look at that package deal. Tell you what I want. Baby, I'm here for you. I got you.
You're getting hard. You like the hardest shit out here right now.
Shit rolling.
She said, I'm here for you, baby. I got you. Captain Simon stood out. Yeah, man. Let me go clip this shit. Let me go.
Go to sleep.
Shit, I'm gonna clip this shit. What you mean?
Whatever. I'm never getting on your channel again. So you will never be playing it. You're never gonna have to get sleep.
I don't give a fuck what you do. Now,
I told you it's gonna save like that. It's gonna save.
He said, I got you on these sources. Listen. No.
Remember if they clipped you up.
Okay.
You official now.
Are y'all done now?
COVID cough. Is that a COVID cough?
Are y'all done now? No, it's not no COVID cough.
I don't know, man. It's still circulating out here. You gotta be careful.
Oh yeah, you gotta get vaccinated. She ain't vaccinated.
What?
You gonna tell me if
Yeah,
I'm
she talking about.
vaccinated or not?
Yeah, man, nah, fuck that. She talking about
In 2022?
Yeah, she said she already had it. She said she already had COVID. So
that means she don't need no vaccine. She ain't been watching Signs of Sun. You know, she ain't been watching. She far behind. I see.
No, I just learned what a vaccine. I just learned how vaccines work.
I know. Do you got the book? Did you get the book?
No,
you got
I didn't get the book.
You got the
I
what
learned it when I was on the show.
Okay. All right. But you still ain't.
So you saying your appointment this week, right?
Should take
Monday.
Huh? I couldn't hear you. I couldn't make that out. I ain't hear you. Okay.
Started with an S. You said Saturday?
Let me put my mic off.
Yeah,
Sutek's not a day though. That's not a
need
day.
to be a day of the week, but not yet. So what day of the week is you planning on getting this shot?
I don't know.
Oh, shit, you finna have niggas on your head about a totally different thing now.
Yeah, man. Now we're gonna have to really,
I didn't say it.
We're gonna have to really change your name now, or we're gonna have to add something to it.
Oh my God.
Anti-vax Captain Saber Pseudo.
Right.
I did never say I was an anti-vax.
Well, you ain't got it. You ain't got it.
You sound like you against it. So we're just gonna imply your anti.
All of my children got it.
You gonna make it up like you made up them qualifiers.
So I just didn't get it.
I'm glad you did that though. All your children, that's very responsible of you. Take the next step and go ahead and make it
for you. Cause you is still able to catch it and make them more susceptible, even though they are fully vaccinated. You're making them susceptible to
I
a breakthrough.
understand this.
Okay. Oh, you understand it? Do you care?
Yes.
All right. Well, show us then.
Okay.
I will be waiting for your vaccine card. We'll wait to see your stamp on there. And you know what I'm saying? The demonstration will be conversation, and then you don't have to say nothing at all because it speaks for itself. You got your card.
Don't get no fake vaccine card too, like some of these motherfuckers.
You scared? Was you scared for your kid? Or are you not scared for your? I don't understand that though. Like I don't. You scared for yourself and not for your kid or something, or just choice?
Did your kids have to take it, or what?
No, but they went to take it when I was supposed to take it. I ended up catching COVID. I was in the hospital for a minute, and then when I got out, I was at home for a minute, so I didn't really just go back out and get it. Then when they opened stuff back up, I just didn't go get it.
Me being in the hospital would have made me want to go get that motherfucker as soon as possible.
I don't know. They didn't tell me. I asked them if I should go get it.
Who?
The people in the hospital.
The people in the hospital or the actual?
Yeah, the doctor.
What they said? Well, while you had
they
it,
didn't tell me.
While you was there, you were actively infected, so they can't really tell you.
To go get it right
when
then,
I was leaving the hospital, I asked if I should get it, and they told me that. Well, they said it didn't matter, but if I did, to wait 4 to 6 weeks.
Right. So they did tell you to get it, but hold on. So they said it didn't matter.
Yeah.
I think it was some context to that they probably left out for you.
And I was just like, what? Like,
it
should I get it or not?
In the sense that you have some form of immunity. You know what I'm saying? Natural, being specific, but that wanes. And it's not as effective as you can see by you having to go to the hospital. Because if you would have been vaccinated, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't go to the hospital. Because most vaccinated people, based on statistics, ain't in the hospital unless they old. And then their immune system is already, you know what I'm saying, on the downturn. But
yeah, it was a bunch of people in the hospital, and all the people who came in between the times that I did, because it was full, they wasn't vaccinated. Everybody wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah, we seen the stats to that. So thanks for confirming that, and giving us an anecdotal account of some facts that we've been kicking for a long time now about how there's nobody in there but unvaccinated people, strangely. You know what I'm saying? For some reason people still don't want to get a vaccine. You would think that would make people want to get a vaccine, but
that what made me get it. They said 99%. At one point, I think it was like 99.2%.
Yeah,
unvaccinated. They was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same thing I told Sean about You got the information that's like that, and then you got the people with, oh, it was like 15,000 people that was vaccinated that was put in the hospital, right?
Yeah, but like,
But when you look at the numbers, that's small
Right.
yeah,
to the
right.
whole number. But if people ain't looking at everything, then it seems like it's
Context
big
is key.
or it's not that. You know what I'm saying?
Context
That's
gonna
true,
always
though.
be key.
Students always trying to get you. Well, look at the small number and ignore the big number.
I don't even
Yeah.
know if it's that. I think that it's just when they're
Not the small
reporting it,
number.
they just report it. And when people hear it, they hear in the report just like 15,000, da 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 da. So they don't try to see like, oh, they just taking it in like that and saying, dang, that's a big number. And well, if that's the case, then it just going in their own mind, like not really
No, I agree.
hearing everything that go
They
with
be
it. So
just reading captions sometimes.
yeah, because everybody
Mhm.
ain't,
Which is
ain't
why you
they,
got to read the whole article to
Right, because most
extract
of the
what the
time you read the
article is.
whole article, it's gonna tell you, yeah, they
why
got
would
that
you?
15,000 people in there, and then it tell you about that, like how many. Well, it's gonna always tell you how many people currently, you know what I'm saying, are vaccinated worldwide. So they usually don't think that they have to tell you when they tell you that 15, but you got to put, you got to use your context clues and your critical thinking. And I understand that it's not a prevalent skill everywhere. You know what I'm saying, for everybody. You know what I'm saying. That's just what you got to do, though. You know.
So 4 to 6 weeks afterwards, you could have got that vaccination.
When did you get out the hospital? Recently?
About 5 months ago, probably.
You went mute on them.
When you get out, man?
Oh, like when was I out? Oh, in September.
Of last year?
God,
Yeah.
that's way longer than what I said.
So you've been waiting
almost a year.
I just didn't
that
get
would have
it.
sounded good, like, you know what I'm
I
saying?
just didn't get it. Yeah, no, it wasn't close. It was last year. But like I was in the house. Yeah, we was mostly in the house all the way up till they got out of school, and then
You didn't go nowhere? You didn't get no groceries delivered or nothing like that?
Yeah, I mean, I did, yes. I understand what you're saying. I understand now how vaccines work, though, so I didn't know that before.
Yes, no, that ain't no problem.
That's
So
good.
I'm just saying, we're expecting you to be vaccinated soon. That's all. Now that you know.
Because when you know better, you do better, right? You agree with that? Taking too long. Okay, all right.
That's because somebody is really making clips. Like, why?
Huh?
You worry about him making clips, man. You need to be worried about this goddamn shot.
Yeah, you're gonna get flipped up anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's just by default of what you did and what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Just got to expect that.
We'll get you out of the hospital so you can do these voiceovers for the song.
Give some ad libs.
Y'all really not funny though, but it's cool. I want to keep trying to make me a joke.
Play the song, Sean. Run that. See, that's why you need to have that button.
I'm trying to download it. I'm trying to download it so when they time she on the show.
Downloading right now?
You know what I'm saying? Nah, she's on the show. If she's on the show, then we just automatically hit.
I'm not gonna be. Don't worry about it. I'll just type.
Start attacking your shit again.
I'm gonna type in the chat. That's all I'm gonna do.
I wanna be saved.
He was really irritating as hell. I don't have time for this.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't come on shows.
You gotta change it to 2022.
It don't matter. You don't have to come on. You could be in the chat. If you see you, I'm gonna tell them run that. I'm gonna say hit that shit, sir. Hit that shit. There she go.
I'm making
There
a
she
new.
go.
I'm making a new page. Don't worry about it.
We gonna figure you out. You gonna say something to make you identify yourself. You better be super slick out here.
All you gotta do is say something about astrology. She go peek out.
We're gonna call it a religion. So let's go. Yes, he is. Good.
Hey, hold on. Let me show y'all something. This email just popped up right here. So look, I got this email right here. It says, "Hi, Science with Sean. We have reviewed your appeal for the following: arguing a claim and much more. After taking another look, we can confirm that your content does not violate our community guidelines."
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh man,
Put
so
that buddy back up.
the video got to go back up, player. The video got to go back up, player. So now let's go see if they put the shit back. Put my shit back up. Cause I didn't violate nothing. I just played that pseudo ass nigga shit.
You have appeased the YouTube gods, nigga. You have appeased the YouTube gods.
I sacrificed Denise.
Oh, they put it back on there.
Illuminati.
Sacrifice Denise.
Yeah, they put it up. It's back on there. Y'all see it. Is it? You said it's back on there, Denise. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Hey.
There you go. That's how you win an appeal, guys. That's how you win an appeal.
Real time.
Real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Sad you had to even put it in the field in on that.
Right.
That was a non-brainer.
So look, I won one appeal. I won one appeal. Oh shit! I won both appeals, nigga.
Oh no.
So sound like he in court for real.
Maybe with 2 strikes, I got both of them off. 2 strikes, I got both of them off, player. I need to go on the Mossy and appeal that shit since they feeling reluctant. The other one was the curious case of Dr. Stock. You remember the one I did with Sanjetti and Infudishi about the COVID shuffle? Yeah. And the curious case of Dr. Stock, yeah, that shit back up on the channel too.
Man, they need to do mine. The weed one I did, man. They need to go ahead and put that back up. Stop hating on the kid, man.
Did you appeal it?
I swear I thought I did. I didn't do it. I didn't know.
Well, Sean, you need to cut your video to half.
I ain't cutting shit in half.
You should.
Nope.
This is gold right here.
When I saw them was doing 4-hour videos, I would go to work. I would watch it.
Square business.
Okay.
I ain't cutting shit in half. I ain't got time. You cut it in half. I'm finna take my ass to slizzle on y'all ass. I don't even know why I'm up. I ain't
good night an hour ago.
My auntie always told me.
But then you want to go change people's names.
Ain't nothing open this late but legs. Ain't no legs around here, so I'm finna go to slizzle.
Waffle House.
I can't stand him. He's
That's what she said. Legs and Waffle House. Yep. That's what she said. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So listen, man, we appreciate Captain Saberho for checking in.
Saber what? Save those.
Captain Saber Pseudo.
I mean, Saber Pseudo. My bad. We appreciate Captain Saber Pseudo for coming in, saving the Pseudo. You know what I'm saying? Much respect to Captain Saber Pseudo. We made that motherfucker apologize again. See them people that argue with her in them chat rooms, they don't never get her to apologize. But it's just something about us that we just make her apologize. So, you know what I'm saying? When you make her apologize.
Blah, blah.
Apology compilation, apology mixtape on the way.
On the way, bro. And you know I got the screenshot. I got the screenshots of where she like messaged the apology as well.
I ain't message no apology.
Uh-oh.
Sure?
I ain't
Are
never
you
said
sure?
no. No.
I'm not
sure.
Oh, okay. There you go. You clean that shit all the way
Jump
up.
out the window. Put your parachute on.
I don't know, cause I really don't know, so I can't. He
Okay, put your parachute on. He's safe.
Don't worry, I got the evidence.
Put your helmet on.
He's so extra, bro.
We got it. We got what we need. We
That's
even
right.
video recorded the call where you even did it.
What?
Took the screenshot. Got
video record. Video recording. The apology. We got it.
I've done that already before. It's nothing new.
We got the mixtape comment and a video. All right. Going done.
Night Shaw and Sutek and Travis.
Good night.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go out with this the Captain Saber pseudo theme song. I'm just playing, bro. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all can't leave me on no live stream too long, man. I start coming up with shit. But ultimately, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So y'all enjoy, man. We got Captain Saber pseudo came through. And we got some explanation about a Captain Saber pseudo. So now we know there was malicious intent in her scholastic endeavor to present a confusing ass argument and more. But y'all enjoy, man. We up out of this joker, man. Take care. Peace out. We ain't ending on nothing else, man. Look, we gonna end on this victory on YouTube. We got 2 videos back. That mean I got no strikes. I had 2 strikes. Now, what they gave me strikes for, they just took back. Yeah, try to hit your boy up on some trumped up charges just because I was beating a pseudo up. And my information was validated by the WHO. And I told them that I put that in the message. I said, bruh, I ain't do this. But yeah, man, so hopefully the YouTube streets is getting a little bit clear now and they can disseminate who got the real information and who's pseudo. Yeah, the information they pseudo. That's all I got for y'all. Anybody else got something?
The misinformation age. Nah, I ain't got shit though. Hopefully, there'll be a little more humility next time, but we shall see.
Yeah, we shall. All right, y'all, man. Y'all, we catch y'all in these YouTube streets another day. Kofi got a presentation coming Sunday, so look out for that. Check on standby until this other thing is done so he can handle it like a G. Peace out.